Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's not a very nice day out there, is it? But hey, who cares? Because you could be in with us. We're going to have fun today. We've got loads of great things for you. Where has the weather gone? That's what I want to know. I'm just hoping it's a minor blip, but then we're going to have a scorcher. I actually saw that on Facebook yesterday. We're going to have a scorcher in the next couple of weeks. So I'm getting ready for it. Ready. But we have got an exciting day for you. So it doesn't matter about the weather. You can stay in with us. Loads and loads of lovely things for you today. But we're going to start with our early bird. So our early bird is the item that we choose specifically to take a little bit of money off. It might be something new. It might be one of the old favourites, but today it's a little gifty treat for you. Look at this. It's a bath and shower set. Now, I know that's got nothing to do with sewing, but we all love to smell lovely and look after ourselves. And when we've had a hard day at the sewing machine, which we do, you know, we've had to work hard, we've been sewing all day, we deserve a little bit of pampering. So this is the Reid Rose Bath and Shower Set. Now, I think the price is great, to be honest, at $14.99 because you get so much in it. But obviously, we will have a little crash. Let me show you what you get in it. Anyway, comes in a nice gift box, which is important if you're going to give this to a friend or someone else who's been slaving away at the sewing machine all day. It comes with a little body puff in the shape of a rose, obviously, all the foamy stuff. How nice is that? Normally they're just those netty things, but isn't that lovely? And then you get shower gel, very nice, in a pump dispenser bottle, and you get lotion. So once you've washed yourself and you smell like a rose, then you can put your body lotion on and you'll smell like a rose as well. Should we have a smell? I wonder how you get these to open. Oh, let's just see what it's like. Oh, that's very nice, actually. Oh, it's rose. It's very gentle. It's not your sort of really strong. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's a very lovely, gentle rose smell. It smells just like a July evening, you know, when the roses really smell. Now, normal price for this, which is great, $14.99 for your shower gel, your body lotion, and the rosy puff. How much are we going to reduce it to today? What's it going to be? No way, £6 off, £8.99. £8.99 for all of that. This is a brilliant, look, it comes in a nice box with a ribbon. Lovely gift for someone. £8.99, quite a good thing to get in your basket, get it checked out. That's a nice gift to give somebody, isn't it? It's quite unusual with the rose thing. And perfect to buy for yourself, have a little treat. Because by the time you've used your shower gel and the body lotion, oh, lovely. It's the sort of thing as well, I often, when I get sets like this, I have them on by the sink, in the kitchen or in the bathroom. And even though it's shower gel, it works perfectly for a hand wash. So I always use that, because quite often you get all the shower gels and you think, well, this is such a nice bottle. I mean, what is it? It's washing your body. Why not wash your hands? But then you've got that, you know, or in the downstairs toilet. How posh would that look? You could have those together. And when your guests come round, they'll think they're in one of those posh hotels. And you can have your, you put your shower gel. I know it's shower gel, but it's very good for washing your hands as well. And also, obviously, perfect in the shower because you've got the dispensers. And then you can wash yourself all over. When you're in the shower, wet this, put your shower gel on. Lovely. Lots and lots of you are coming in to multi-buy this. I'm not surprised. You know when you've got to give that little gift to the teacher, to the neighbour, to someone round the corner, someone who's helped you out, someone who's fed the cat. This is perfect. Get it now before you go on holiday, and then when you come back, the person who's fed your cat, you can go, there you go. It's very lovely. It smells absolutely gorgeous. It does say, with the body puff, lather over your body using gentle circular motions to cleanse and exfoliate. Very nice. Well, now I've used this, I'll have to take it home, won't I? But I think that's really pretty. It'll look nice hanging in the shower, won't it? It's got a little bit of string on it as well. Only £8.99, so save yourself £6. Multi-buy, get yourself 2, save yourself £12. I mean, you're saving of your £6, that's your P&P done. That's way more than our postage and packing. So if you check out now, your P&P is cleared, done, free for the rest of the day because you've saved loads. And this is great. So get yourself a stack of these, put them in your back bedroom, in the cupboard, and that's all your gifts sorted, isn't it? But do get one for yourself because you deserve this. You've been sewing and cutting hard all day. And, you know, when you've been using that rotary cutter, you need to be moisturising. Actually, it feels really nice now. It's soaked in. Because I always like to test a body lotion or a hand cream, see how quick it soaks in. I haven't got time to be waiting. But my hands are really soft now. Lovely. Loads of you are multi-buying. £8.99. Save yourself £6 today. Get your P&P done. Put it in your basket. Don't forget to check out, and then it's yours. These are absolutely flying out. Gorgeous. Nearly everybody who's bought these has multi-bought because it's just such a great deal, isn't it? Where else are you going to get this for £8.99? It's a good quality as well. It's the Redoute Rose. Beautiful quality and lovely. Anyway, do check out on that. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Love that. I'm going to smell like a rose all day long now. Oh, and it's nice actually. It doesn't feel greasy at all. Are you the same? Do you check out body lotions, hand cream, how fast they soak in, and do they leave any residue? Because, you know, sometimes if I go to bed and I've got a really thick one, you know, and then it soaks in overnight. But if you just put it on in the day, you don't want that residue, do you? Lovely. Lovely. Right. Let's have a look at what's coming up on today's show. So we're going to start off now, 8 o'clock, with beautiful fabrics. I've got quite a range of fabrics from some real classic vintage style fabrics. You're going to love those. Then we're going to go on to a little bit of Moda Raspberry with some really cool Dresden plate prints. Then we're going to go on to some bees. So it's a whole host, and we've also put together some matching plain fabric bundles for you. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got Kathleen Anderson from Cowden Quilt School. I haven't met Kathleen before. Met her this morning. She's lovely and she is such an expert. She is with us for 2 hours. At 9 o'clock, she is going to demonstrating her brand new Cabincore Quilt. It is gorgeous. Now, this quilt here, this is the one that she's made using vintage fabrics, and you can really see that vintage vibe. Very simple to make, so she tells me, but very, very effective. Now, we've put together 2 bundles, a Lewis and Irene one and a Sanderson one, so that you can match as closely as we can to these, so you get that same vintage vibe. So if you want to make something that's reminiscent of, kind of feels a bit 60s, 70s to me. Simple to make, but very, very effective. Kathleen's a fantastic teacher, so you are going to learn something. It's going to be a very technique-heavy show. Do message Kathleen in as well if you've got any questions about cutting, patchwork, piecing, quilting, layering. She's fantastic. 10 o'clock, we're going to go back to basics with our sewing room tools. We've got a few little deals for you in there, but we're going to go through those must-have essentials. I'll go through them all, explain what they do and why you need them and why I seem to have all of them. But again, message me in if you've got any questions. Love chatting about sewing room tools. Talk about that forever. Most people in my family aren't interested, so it'd be lovely to talk to you about them. At 11 o'clock, Kathleen will be back with her Copperleaf Quilt, another beautiful design. Isn't that clever? And it's way it's way easier than it looks. Once she explained to me how she did it, it's really clever. And she's going to teach you all about how to get the fabrics in the right place, the beauty of fussy cutting, how effective it could be, and also the quilting, because she quilted this just on her domestic sewing machine. So I've asked her to talk to you about how to do the quilting, because she's got a really effective pattern that isn't just your normal crosshatch, but easy peasy to do. So maybe you're thinking about making a quilt. You want to make something that's a little bit different. It's sort of modern but vintage at the same time, and it's so nice to have these two designs and have such an expert in the house today. And then we're going to finish off today at 12 o'clock with quilt kits you love. So I've got a whole range of quilt kits. We've chosen some from traditional ones, modern ones, and we've also put in a load of waddings and backing fabrics as well. So I'm going to talk you through the different sorts of waddings, why you use them and how you use them, and also the backing fabrics and how you calculate how much you need, and then you can get yourself a quilt kit and you're ready to go. So that's the day. Whoosh, just like that. Anyway, but let's start off with beautiful fabric, shall we? I'm going to start off with this brand new bundle of fabrics. Beautiful. Look at the vintage vibe to this. We've got beautiful, I'll show you all of them in a minute, fabrics in the bundle. We've got a matching core collection. We've even picked some thread to match for you, so that you've got everything. Right, now this is the Canterbury Archival Collection, and it's already been selling already. Now this bundle, we have got it available by the half metre on its own, but this is your most cost-effective way to buy it. 7 metres of fabric, so you're getting 14 half metres. That is loads, isn't it? And we are going to give you half a metre for free. It's £7.99 for half a metre, so you are going to save £7.99. We've taken that off already, so the price is £103.87. This is your king-size bed quilt, isn't it? More than. If you've got a quilt design that you love, you've been looking for a fabric collection to use, whether it's log cabin, whether it's something very simple, you know, maybe it's just squares, maybe you've got something more complex than that, this is the fabric collection for you. So I'm just going to lay them all out for you. You can see, look at the beauty of that design. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It's reminiscent of the Jacobean designs. It's got a bit of floral. It's got scrolls in it. It makes me think of the sort of the vintage quilting, the American prairies, you know, when they made things from old clothes. So you've got that lovely browns, the deep reds, the blues, all of the colours, and this is the best thing, because you've got to get these tones right. This specific tone of red and navy and brown, they've all been obviously chosen, selected, that it all goes together. So I'll just show you them as a group, and then we'll go through them one by one. They are beautiful. Now, I could group them into the reds, the browns, and the blues, but it's quite nice sometimes to just mix them up here, so you can, it gives you an idea of what you can make. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? It's the sort of classic heirloom quilt look. I mean, obviously, this is quilting weight fabric. A bundle like this of 7 metres is perfect for making a quilt. But you don't have to make a quilt with it. You can go, right, well, I'm going to make myself loads of cushions with it. I'm going to make myself a patchwork dress. I'm going to make lots of bags with it. All sorts of things. But it does have that real vintage vibe to it. So let's have a look at them one by one, because I think this is gorgeous. So this is a great way to save £103.87 for 7 metres of fabric. I mean, isn't that beautiful? We do have them available by the half metre, so you can multi-buy, but we will go through those later. But just in case you think, oh, I'd quite like a bit more of one of them, you can buy more. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Deep, deep, rich navy background with those reds and taupes and browns, and then you've got the gorgeous brick red. You could have it as, yeah, nice dress. Beautiful. We've got another similar print, as in large scale. That one is gorgeous, isn't it? Again, you've got those taupes. It's almost that tea-dyed look to it. I think it's absolutely stunning. How about this one? So this is the same print, but on a cream background. And this is what's the beauty of when you buy a fabric collection like this, is that you can see, you know, the print is the same, but the colours are all now going together. We'll take one of these. Again, now there's 3 prints in this one. So we've got the navy print. Sorry, my mic was going funny. There we go. Love that one. Now, we've also got this one in the brick red. It's a bit William Morris, isn't it? It's got that kind of vibe to it. Well, it's that sort of beautiful, it's the Jacobean-inspired Canterbury archival. I don't know whether it comes from the archives of Canterbury. Love this one. See, a lot of these fabrics we look at, you know, we see them in bundles. You don't really sort of appreciate them on their own. But look at the detail in this and the scrolls. I think this is a stunning collection. And then you've got this brick red one that's got like a stripe down it. So if you're thinking about using for this a quilt, maybe consider using this one for the, if you've got narrow borders or wider borders. It would look beautiful if you could either cut it across. It would look beautiful as horizontal stripes like this when you cut them that way, or you can do them this way. But when you're choosing the fabrics and where you're going to put them, have a think about the pattern and the stripe. I mean, maybe if you're just doing squares, cut the squares so that you've got this line running through the middle of them, or cross cut them so you've got it running diagonally. Just adds a little bit more interest to the quilt. There's another one here in the same fabric but in the navy. So these are made by QT Fabrics. That's gorgeous, isn't it? But you see, they look, depending on how you lay them, you see, even if you were just going to use two of them, you think, actually, I'm going to make a cushion with that. You know, you could piece them. If you cut them cut two strips, join them together and then cross cut them, then you'd have them as squares. They'd look amazing, wouldn't they? Or just simple stripes, but alternate the way that the stripe goes. And then we have every colour in this beautiful scroll. So you've got it in the navy. So it's got this lovely scrolling pattern in a taupe. Then you've got it in the red. So when you think about it, you could use the larger pattern fabrics for the bolder areas, but you've got this lovely choice. You've got that in reverse, so that you've got the sort of the tea dyed with the red in the background. This one is in a really soft, almost olivey brown colour. And then you've got it in cream with that olive, and then you've got it in cream with the navy. So these are fantastic to use as smaller areas, or whether you want more accent. You could split them into two colourways. You could put all the reds and all the blues. So again, that's when you're doing the log cabin effect. Gorgeous. There's so many different things that you can do with this collection. But it does have that real sort of vintage William Morris vibe of real classic prints, but at a really affordable price, £103.87. You are getting 14 half metres. That's 7 metres of fabric, which is way enough for your big king-size bed quilt. And you're saving £7.99. Quarter of the stock has already gone, just like that. And it is beautiful. You know, if you've got quilt, we've all got them, haven't we? We've got quilt designs, we've got quilt books. You might have seen a design that's in like really modern colours, but you really want this lovely vintage look. You imagine this on your bed as a quilt. It would just look gorgeous, wouldn't it? It's going to go with everything, and it's just got that real classic, timeless heirloom feel. It's the sort of thing that you could even gift to people, because everyone's going to like this. It's just really gentle and classic. And this is what we think of as your sort of traditional. When the English took their patchwork over to America, these were the sort of colours that they were using. And a lot of the big fabric design houses, they will use all of these colours in their vintage collections. I think it's absolutely gorgeous, and I love these blender prints, the fact that they've put them in with the scrolls on them rather than just putting a plain in. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, we've got a message. Good morning, Rebecca. Well, at least you look very bright and summery, from Bev. Thank you, Bev. Do you know, I did think that this morning. I thought, I'm going to put my Rick Rack top on because it's raining and I'm going to look bright and summery even no one else does. Yes, I've got my jeans on underneath because it was a bit chilly. But, yes, my new blouse. Quite like it, actually. It's a bit low, though. That's my only problem. I need to sew another button there. Do you have that problem? It sort of needs, like, you know, a little button or something. But it is very bright and summery, isn't it? I love a bit of Rick Rack. Should have made it myself, really, shouldn't I? White blouse with lots of Rick Rack. Right, now we have got them all available individually by the ½ metre. I'll just move those over. Let's start with my favourite one. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. This is ½ metre. That's what it looked like. 44 inches, 112 centimetres wide, normal quilting weight fabric. Obviously, well, all of you who shop all the time, you know, don't you? If you want more than a ½ metre, then put that number of units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, nice dress, and you need 1½ metres, put 3 units in your basket. It will be sent as a cut piece. The order goes through to our warehouse. They take the bolt off the shelf and they cut what you want to length. So very nice skirt. But, you know, also bag, lovely for a weekend bag or bag lining. Maybe you've got a bit of like navy canvas and you're making a weekend bag or a little rucksack or something. This is very special. Every time you open up, you think, oh, that's nice, isn't it? You know, you could put, I mean, it's lovely for the outside, but I always think, you know, a little bit special to have as a lining, something like that. So that is the Jacobean Navy. Let's do this one. This is a lovely taupe colour. Let me read this code out to you. Yes. Beautiful. It's kind of like an olivey taupe, isn't it? Smaller scale, but a beautiful fabric to go with this collection. So if you are thinking about bag making or cushions and you want like just 1 or 2 to go together, because this is a smaller scale, again, lovely to put on maybe on the back of the cushion, to put on the border, to bind it. I mean, you might just think, well, I just want one fabric to bind a quilt. I've got a quilt and the binding would be perfect. Just cut yourself strips. I mean, I always find ½ metre is more than enough. I normally end up cutting about 8 strips, and that usually goes round a king double bed size quilt. Work it all out depending on whether if you're doing a double fold binding or a single fold, but I usually find ½ metre is enough. Beautiful. That one's in olive. Then let me take this larger scale one. This is lovely because they've introduced a bit of that sort of mid cornflower blue, which is very vintage, isn't it? It's such a classic design. Have a think about fussy cutting though. Be beautiful, wouldn't it, if you were doing EPP, because there's beautiful designs here that you could cut. Or if you were doing squares, you know, think about them very carefully. If you've got some like clear plastic, really good for doing templates. I always use template plastic for fussy cutting. Cut it to the size you want and then you can put it on top and get it in the right place. I think that is gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, you see, I think for dressmaking, a blouse in that would look lovely. Just really unusual. I wonder which way it is. Well, actually, if we look at the selvage, it's actually that way up. Because look, there's the selvage running down. So it's actually that way up. Yeah, see, I thought it was the other way up. But you know what? You can put it up whichever way up you like. It's just if you're trying to keep it, the pattern go the same way, keep the same way. But as a rule of thumb, if you look at the selvage, the pattern should run down. So it's that way. Because otherwise it'd be the wrong way up. But if you go by the selvage, but you know what? It's your fabric, you can do whatever you like with it. Same fabric, same print, different colour. I'm going to get it around the right way this time. There we go. That's lovely, isn't it? So you've got, if I put them together, you can see how nicely they go together. You've got this same floral Jacobean design, but don't they go together beautifully? I think that's lovely. You know, if you were just doing a cushion in that and you wanted to keep it really simple, you could have that as a border around the edge of it, just to keep all the prints together. So that's the foulard medallion in tan. Now, I was looking at what a foulard is, and it said it was a scarf, so I didn't really understand that, because it's obviously, well, that's all I could find was a foulard. So if you know what a foulard is, can you let me know? Because I thought all I could find was that it was a scarf, and that's not a scarf. Oh, it was either a lightweight fabric or it was a scarf, neither of which went together. I obviously needed to, I should have asked ChatGPT, maybe they'd be better than Google. Might have answered my question. Right, this one, gorgeous. Again, beautiful deep navy background. Oh, let me get this around the right way. The code is ZHUQ41. There we go. Small floral navy. So now doesn't that go beautifully with this one? Same colours, similar prints. So everything blends together beautifully. But you can see now that if you're going to make a quilt with them, when you've got fabric like that, you can keep the design really simple because the fabric does all the talking. Like that one. Goes beautifully with that navy. I've got foulard is French for scarf. Well, thank you very much, Christine, but I don't understand how that relates to that design, you see. That's what I can't get. Yeah, you see, it says foulard is a lightweight fabric or it's a scarf. How is that a what is that then? How does that relate to lightweight fabric or a scarf? Oh, normally, Bruce is reading it out to me. It normally has a small printed design. Well, maybe that's the traditional design. I still can't quite work out how that is that. But anyway, maybe if you buy that fabric, you have to make it into a scarf. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the point, is that this fabric needs to be made into a scarf. Don't know. This is lovely. Now, this is the same as the navy one that I just showed you. So again, they go together beautifully, don't they? Oh, another, have we got another foulard message? Or is it foulard? Foulard is a pattern rather than a material. It's a small scale pattern with a basic block repeat from June. Well, June, that makes more sense. You see, well, how come all I could find was scarf and lightweight fabric? Yes, because look, basic block pattern repeat. Well, all I could find was scarf and that didn't make sense. This makes more sense. Now I know what a foulard is, a block pattern repeat, which is, that makes sense. I was trying to work it out this morning and then just gave up. I thought, do you know what? I'm going to ask you lot. You know everything. I can ask you anything. It's brilliant. In fact, the Sewing Street viewers are better than ChatGPT. You are the AI of sewing, all of you. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, if you look at the images on the website, they're not as good as the real thing. So when you get your fabric, you will be very pleasantly surprised. Let's go stripes. Floral ombre stripe in wine. It is sort of ombre. It has a bit of an ombre to it, doesn't it? What I like about this one is that obviously because you've got the stripes running in different ways, you've got like two fabrics. So you can, when you join them together, whichever way you do them, you'll have them different. If you're going to use it for a binding, do cut it this way because I always think it looks nice. If you put it against here, if you've got the stripes running that way and then you bind it, you see it looks nice, doesn't it? Because you get that lovely, it's a really nice look to it. And when you join your binding, I would say, if you're really fussy about it, which I would be, join it so that you can pattern match it. So if you just join it in this, I would cut it so you join it in the centre of one of these so that those stripes carry on all the way. But that is a really nice binding. And in fact, I would go for a slightly wider binding because normally I go 1/4 inch. But if you've got a fabric like this that you really want to make as a statement binding, go 1/2 inch. So it really gives a nice edge to the quilt. So that's the stripy one. We've also got it in the navy. In the navy. Can't help but say in the navy. It looks very nice. Yes, actually that is funny. Yeah, so we've got Chris producing today. He's our new producer. And he was singing with me. There we go. How nice is that? So much choice, too much choice. Right, then we have all of these glories. We'll start with the navy one. So it's a navy with a scroll with like tea, antique tea, that's the colour, I think, of scrolls all over it. And it's got the print in it. It's got that almost tapestry look. So you know when you get your woven tapestry fabric, they've put like little lines in it so that if it was a woven tapestry, you'd have the little lines, and they've printed that in, so it's got that kind of effect. Again, this is good for a binding. This is really good. So when you're designing your quilt, use this one for your sashings. Very nice sashings and borders. Same thing, but in wine. There we go. £7.99, Windsor Scroll in wine. Now, these are all on the website, so I know you might get like, well, I've forgotten now, Go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and if you scroll down from there are little pictures of all of these. They're not, the pictures aren't as good as the real thing, obviously. But if you want to be able to see, oh, I can't remember which one, did I want that one, which one, I was going to have that one for my binding, just go on there and you can see all the little pictures, so that helps. Or if there's any that you want to see again, just message me and I will unfold them for you. We aim to please. We provide you with a fabric unfolding service. This one, number, does end in 02. So this is your kind of tea rouge colour background with wine coloured scrolls. It is the inversion of this. So again, sometimes nice to get two prints where one is in the version of the other, because they really, really contrast well, but they match beautifully. Like that one. Then we have the same fabric, but in olive. Very gentle. This is a real classic vintage colour, isn't it? Beautiful olive. Very nice, posh dinner napkins these would make, wouldn't they? How posh would that be? And I would bind them in one of the other colours. They look well posh. Nice gift for somebody, a set of napkins when you don't know what to buy them. I've done that before. I've done that quite a few times. Buy half a metre, you get 2 napkins. And they do look lovely. And if you can be bothered to bind them, they look even better, yes. Because you just get if you buy 3 half metres, that's your set of 6, and then you can cut a bit off to bind them, and they do look really nice. See, look, imagine this as a napkin, right? Bear with me, right? And then that bound round the edge, country house hotel vibes, isn't it? Super posh. £7.99 for 2 napkins. Not bad, is it? And then just get yourself half a metre of that and bind them. I mean, that's lovely. And then what you can do is do it in reverse as well. So then you can do that one like that, and then go like that, you see, in reverse. That's quite nice, isn't it? Things like when you're doing cushions, if you bind the edge of your cushion with a nice deep 1-inch binding, that looks really lovely. Really simple. Ever so simple to make, but looks very classy. Right, then the final one is this one here, which is Windsor Scroll in Ecru and Blue. Now that is the inversion of this. This was the navy one I showed you at the beginning, and then this is the Ecru one. But they are lovely together, aren't they? And even on an angle, I mean, if you were doing half square triangles, that's lovely, isn't it? That's a really nice contrast. But when if you get the whole bundle, which is your most cost effective, when you get it home, you can have a play like me. You can go, I am going to do a whole quilt. No, I'm not. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a cushions. But lay them all out. I always do this. And I get all of the fabrics out, and then I have a little play with them and work out what's going to go with what. Make a very nice patchwork jacket, all of this, because the colours are so lovely. It would be very striking. I mean, it wouldn't be sort of bold and bright, but it would be vintage and subtle, but very, very impressive. So there's the whole bundle, £103.87. You are saving £7.99, and we can split pay that for you. So if you want to spread the cost, 2 equal payments of £51.93, pay one now. We'll send the whole bundle to you. By the time you finished your quilt or your jacket the next month, pay the £51.93 the month afterwards. It's done. We won't charge you for that. We don't charge any interest. It's just a way of you being able to spread the cost if you want to. So that's the whole bundle. Doesn't look as nice as when I started. I've unfolded it all. But you know, yours, when you get yours at home, you'll get it all out and go, oh yes, mine looks just the same now. That's the whole bundle All of the fabrics, £103.87. Save £7.99 and buy it on split pay if you want. When you shop by phone or on the website, you will be asked whether you want split pay. So it's entirely up to you, but that is a gorgeous bundle of fabrics. If you've bought the bundle and you want any of them by the half metre because you want a little bit more than one of them, then just go onto the website and you'll see all the codes so you can get those checked out. Now, to make this bundle go further, we have selected some plain fabrics to go with it, and we've made a bundle. So let me show you. We've chosen the wine that goes, look, the wine. We've chosen the navy. Now, these are all our Rose and Hubble quilting weight cottons. They're all exactly the same width, the same weight, 100% cotton, 44-inch width, so they're the same as those fabrics. So we've chosen the wine, the navy. Then we've put that olive in. You see how that goes? Then we've put that lovely blue. Do you remember the blue that is featured? You can see it featured in the blue in this fabric. And it's also in the blue in this one as well. And then we've put like a biscuit in. So this sort of tan, tea-dyed biscuit effect that you get in there. So if you get the matching bundle, let me put it with all my fabrics, which now don't look very neat, but £17.95. It's 2.5 metres of fabrics. They match perfectly with this, and you're saving yourself £2. So if you've bought the bundle or any of the fabrics, this is great. However, if you just love the colours, but you don't want all the designer fabrics, you want some plain fabrics and you want to replicate the colours, we have selected these. This bundle will make your designer bundle go further. You can use it for your sashings and your bindings and your borders so that you're keeping your designer fabrics as the feature. Or if you just love that colour way, you'd like to replicate it, we've done it for you in plain. £17.95, save yourself £2. Why not? 5 colours, so that's 2.5 metres of fabric in total. There we go. And we've also got, as if that's not enough, some thread. Saw this earlier, this metal thread, and I went, well, that's brilliant because that really goes, let me open the box, with these fabrics. It was as if by accident. So look at the colours. You've got all of those really beautiful vintage muted tones. You've got the olive and the blue. You've got that lovely rust colour that features in quite a few of the fabrics. Actually, it picks up really well on here. You've got the lovely neutrals, grey. There we go. You've got those beautiful 3 of the neutrals. You've got that pale olive, and that goes really well with this one, doesn't it? And you've got the grey, and you've got that ivory that goes well with this one here. What a great set. It's only £18.99. You've got 8 spools. It's 50 weight thread, which means it's perfect for sewing machine. Oh, we've only got 6 of this one left. It's a beautiful thread. It's called the William Morris Compendium, but there you go. But actually, we're going to go for the Canterbury, whatever it was called, archival collection. That's what it should be called, because it does go really well. 1,200 metres of thread in total. You get 8 spools, and so if you've bought these fabrics, these will go really well. They will blend with them, but you can also use them beautifully as a contrast. They would look really lovely if you were working like this thread on the navy. If you want, if you're doing some top stitch and you want a bit of contrast, it will really stand out. Anyway, and they obviously go beautifully with the plain fabrics as well. Look at that. Only £18.99. I've only got 4 of these boxes left. So if you want one of those, you need to get it checked out. 50 weight thread, and it is absolutely gorgeous. It's metal thread, so it's beautiful quality. Right. Right, we've only got 3 of those left and way more in baskets. So if it's in your basket, you need to get that one checked out. I haven't put those together. I'll do that in a minute. Right, let's talk. If vintage isn't your thing, but your raspberries are, how about a bit of Moda? Now, I've got a collection for you here. This is lovely. This is just bright and cheerful on a rainy summer's day. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fabrics and a panel. You wait to see a panel, it's lovely. 4 meters of fabric plus the panel. Save yourself £8.99, only £73.92. So this is the Moda Raspberry Summer Collection. Let me show you the panel, because the panel pick is then repeated and picked up in all the fabrics. I think this is a great collection. It's fun, it's bright, it's summery, and this is amazing. This is your cheating Dresden plate, because you don't have to do it, it's already on here. So this is what the panel looks like. It's cut across your fabric width, so it is your 44-inch width fabric, but it's got all your Dresden plates on it. And the reason it's a panel, although it looks like it's just a half meter, it is cut specially so that you don't get your Dresden plates cut off. Brand new today, never been seen before. So you could fussy cut these, couldn't you? And then there's enough fabric round them, you could needle turn them, you could then, or you could use Bondo web, you could applique them onto something else that look like you've done it yourself. Honestly, by the time you've quilted around it, it will look like that. Or you can use it as a whole. Wouldn't that make a gorgeous bag? Really lovely. Because you could cut, I would do something like cut through, say, the centre of the top ones. So they were at the top, and then you'd have those, and then I would cut through the centre, it depends how big you want your bag, really. Like this, and then you could cut through the bottoms of those, and then I'd fold that there and that there. Well, how nice is that? Looks like you've made it yourself, but then obviously you can make it any size. Be nice as a big beach bag as well, wouldn't it? So that's the panel with all these gorgeous Dresden plates on it, and then these are the rest of the fabrics that go together to match it. So we've got this one. A lot of them feature this really cute raspberry design. So you see the little raspberries on it, lovely navy background. So the colours used in here are sort of a deep coral, a light coral, a lime, you've got this teal, you've got a white, very, very fresh. And you see, when you look at the panel, you can see that the fabrics are repeated in the panel. So there's the navy. Then we've got, again, navy background, but this time, this one has paisleys on it. Beautiful, isn't it? Again, all of those colours of the pink and the peach and the corals, and you can see how well it matches with the Dresden plate. Just beautiful. Another dark one. This is like almost, this one here is like little floral, almost like little floral plates, and this is exactly the same fabric that is used in this one. That's lovely, isn't it? Remember, you're saving £8.99. It's £73.92. You're getting 4 meters of fabric and the panel as well. Then we've got that lovely raspberry one that I showed you in the navy, but in the white. So these two fabrics, gorgeous together, exactly the same print. You can really see the raspberries. They look completely different on that fabric, don't they? But again, you've got that same colourway. Then we've got the same paisley, but on the white background in the bundle. And then we've got the floral circle on the white background. And then we have two, to finish it off, we've got the two blenders. So that's the navy one. So the blenders, so they've just got like little almost trefoils on them in white. And then this one is on the white background, and it's got like the little trefoils, but in all the colours. How delicious is that? So that's the bundle, £73.92. And it's the Moda Raspberry Summer Collection. Absolutely gorgeous. Remember, you are also going to get the panel in this collection as well. Now, if you don't want to save the money and you want to buy them individually, then you can. Or maybe you just want one of them. We have got the panel on its own. Maybe you just love these Dresden plates. Obviously, if you buy the panel, it's 0.6 meters. It won't come as a multi, it will come as individual panels. But if you wanted to buy more than one panel, you could easily join them together. 10.99 because it is bigger than normal. It's 60 centimetres, not your half a metre. But you can multi-buy. I mean, I'm thinking, wouldn't this make the brilliant... If you were making a dress and use this for the skirt section of the dress. Easy peasy to do, but it will look like you've got a patchwork dress. I'm actually quite tempted by that. It would look fabulous. Again, nice for a jacket or the lining for a jacket. If you've made like a denim jacket, gorgeous for the line because it's got that real vintage vibe to it, hasn't it? Love that one. Right, let's go for the navy raspberry. Beautiful. It's really fun, isn't it? It looks like the raspberries are just dancing on the fabric with the teal and the coral and the peachy colours. That's lovely. Again, great, brilliant for dressmaking. Obviously, we always think quilting. Now, if you go onto the Moda website, they've got quite a few patterns. This collection is on there. There's a few different patterns that you can buy that they've used to make this collection. It's a beautiful bag pattern made using this collection. Really, really nice. Because I often do that. If I buy a fabric collection and then I think, well, I'm not sure what to do with it. If you go onto the website of the manufacturer, they often either have free patterns or they'll link you to paid for patterns that you can see the fabric in action. And then you think, you can see what it's done. Because obviously I'm just showing you by the half metre. It often looks completely different when it's all cut up and sewn back together. That's lovely. I like the movement in that because it's that real sort of paisley scrolls with all the little flowers in the background. And then we've got the navy one, which has the little floral circles. That's really sweet. And dotted amongst it, all the little white bits, they're actually little hearts. But, you know, you might just buy the panel and then one of these fabrics, but this one goes beautifully with it, doesn't it? Because it's like the little Dresden plate in flowers. So that's the rosy small floral in blueberry. Right, then I'll do all of those fabrics again, but in the white backgrounds. There we go. Beautiful. Remember, it does have its partner. So if you're thinking about getting just two of them, you might want to get the partner fabric with it. Gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, this could be your outdoor cushions, couldn't it? This could be things for picnics. It could be like a lining for your picnic basket or a picnic bag because it is very fresh and pretty, isn't it? Children's clothes, lovely. You can imagine like little dungarees or a little dress in it. Gorgeous. But it is very nice. It's very, yeah, you can imagine like dungarees in this and then a little blouse in that. Oh, it's just delicious, isn't it? I like it when you make particularly clothes for children where you have a different fabric for the bodice and the dress, and that's a lovely combination. But I am also thinking outdoor cushions because it's fresh and it's bright and it's lovely. Then we've got the same fabric, the same paisley swirl. Gorgeous. Remember, if you want more than half a metre, just because you want it as a cut piece, just work out the number of units you need in half metres. So if you want 10 metres, you need to put 20 in there. We've only got 10 metres of this one left. So if you want that one, you need to be quick. And that's it against its little partner. So if you're not getting the whole collection, but you're just getting a few, you can either go for the partners or you can go for all the navies or all the whites. But I quite like the partners, particularly if you've got something in mind that you want to make, but you want to line it, or you're making a bag and you want straps, or you want bindings, or you want borders. It's nice to do the contrast. So this is the rosy small floral in cloud, and that's what it looks like with its partner. I think that is beautiful, isn't it? Because it's so gorgeously matching. And then the two low volume, your blender fabrics, which obviously is great because the colour has been chosen specifically to go with the other fabrics. And you can see it's these tiny little trefoils with white spots in amongst it. And maybe this is just the one you want. This looks a bit nautical, actually. Maybe you just need this. You think, oh, that's absolutely perfect for something I'm doing. But it could be a waistcoat, could be a shirt, couldn't it? Be really nice for, you know, although it's part of this bigger fabric collection, it would be really nice as a summer shirt. And then the same fabric but in the lighter one. In the cloud, and it's got that same trefoil, but it's got all of the colours. It's got the peach, the coral, the green, the pink, and the little spots are in the mid blue. What a gorgeous fabric collection. So that's sprout, that's called. I thought they were trefoils, they're sprouts. They look like the little trefoils, or when you get a little sprig of grass. £8.99 for half a metre, so that's if you want to buy them individually. We've got them all there. Or if you want to buy the whole bundle, obviously that's where you're going to make your saving, because you get half a metre for free by buying the whole bundle of all of the fabrics, which is lovely, isn't it? I'll put them back together like this. And then obviously there's the panel that goes with it. £73.92 for that. Save yourself £8.99, and then you can have the whole collection. It's bright, it's fun, it's got beauty. It's the classic navy and white with all those lovely springy colours. Now, we've also put together a complimentary bundle. So if you've bought the collection or just some of the collection and you want some of the plain fabrics to go with it, we've put this together and you can save £2. So we've got the blue, which goes beautifully with this. Then we've put the gold, because there's lots of sort of goldy, orangey mustards in here. We've put the peach in. Peach features quite a lot. I'm trying to take out the peaches. There you go, we've got the peach. Then we've put the lovely lime green, because that, again, is a colour that features a lot in this collection. In fact, if I put the Dresden plate against the complimentary bundle, then you can see. And then we've put in a cream. So if you've already bought the fabric collection, you want to make it go further, £17.95, that's 2.5 metres, and you're saving £2. Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, so it's the same width. Or if you just love this palette, and you think, well, I just want it in plains, I just love that summery palette. We've only got 5 of this one left. £17.95, save yourself £2. So if you want to have that lovely palette, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Only £17.95 for that one. Right, you need to get checked out if that's in your basket, because we have only got 5 of that one left. Right, then we've got Moda Bees. Bees, we love bees. Should we start with light? So there's 2 collections. These aren't available by the half metre. They are only available in the bundle. So just to warn you, only available in the bundle. But you're saving £6. So you've got a fabric panel, which is a 90 centimetre panel, and 6 half metres, that's 3 metres, and you're saving yourself £6. So let me show you the panel to start with. If you love bees, you're going to love this. But we also do have a dark bundle as well. So this is the panel. Just trying to see which way up it goes. That way. Let me hold it up. Can you see? Gorgeous, isn't it? I'll put it on the desk so you can see it. Wouldn't this make the most amazing Roman blind? Can you imagine that in the kitchen or something? And then, you know, when you pull it down at night time, as long as you put a wadding behind it and maybe a black outlining, you can easily, I've made a lot of Roman blinds from quilting weight cotton. That would be fantastic. Or just back it, quilt it, hang it up as a wall hanging, or it make a really nice lap quilt, lovely for a new baby or for a child. I mean, I think it will suit lots of different people. Anyone who loves bees, it could be the centre of a picnic blanket, couldn't it? We've got other fabrics in the bundle which you could then use to go, I mean, it's quite a nice size, to be honest, but if you wanted to make it a bit bigger, you know, it's 112 by 90, you could just border it with some of the other fabrics in the bundle. What an amazing picnic blanket. So many different things you can do with that. Now, also, these are the other fabrics that you will get, all in the bundle, only $63.93, and these are the other fabrics. So, bees, obviously. So, half a metre of bees. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Now, wouldn't they look amazing if you had them, if you cut them into strips and had them running all the way around the outside? Or beautiful as fussy cut. Quite stunning. Look at the size of them as well. They're big bees, aren't they? So there's the bees. And then we've got the butterflies. And obviously, the great thing about this is if you want to use them to border the panel, is all the colours and the prints go together. You can see how beautifully it matches. So that would be a nice border. Or you could just cut all of these fabrics into like 4.5-inch squares, sew them together, patchwork, just sew them as a patchwork border around the edge. Then there's another one. Look at this one. That's actually quite stunning, isn't it? Look at that. That has got gold metallic on it as well. In fact, they all do. I've just noticed that. They've all got, well, this B one has got metallic on it. I think that is beautiful. It's got those gorgeous echinaceas. And I love this kind of like, just 3 colours, isn't it? You've got that black and the gold and this taupe. And you can really see it shining. I mean, this, if you were going to make a quilt with it, it is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. Then we've got another matching one with the metallic on it, daffodils. And all of these colours, so even in the panel, can you see these sections here? These are metallic. So it's got a real glint. This is why I'm thinking it'd be nice for the outdoors, because the sun would really pick it up. And you've got that beautiful coral in there. Love that one. Then you've got one that's got honeycombs. So you've got that nice, say, olivey green with honeycomb, and then all of the honeycombs, all this cross-hatching is all in gold metallic. And then finally, you've got the print in just a monochrome. So that is really nice, isn't it? So you've got it's exactly the same as the panel, an exact repeat of it. So you've got the hive and the bees and the flowers and the leaves, but all in just shades of taupe and cream. So much you can do with that. £63.93, so you're getting the whole panel, and then you are getting all of these fabrics. I think that's a great bargain. Save yourself £6, and they are really unusual, aren't they? All of those fabrics and the panel. Beautiful. Right, we've also got the same in black. So obviously they're the same prints, but in the darker colourway. So if you like the light one, get the light one. If you like the dark one, but they actually go beautifully together. So this is the panel in the black background. I'm just going to put it on the table rather than hold it up, because I think you can see it better. But if you wanted to make a pair, that's what, let me just, there we go. Isn't that glorious? I think that is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful. I mean, it's really, the colours, the vibrancy. You know, if you wanted to make a pair of quilts, one black one, one white one, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? But you don't have to use the whole bundle for one thing. You can use it for, you know, for several different projects, but that as a wall hanging is amazing. But these are all the fabrics that go with it. So we've got the gorgeous bee one. So they're the same as the ones we saw before, but just in different tones. So to get both bundles would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Because then you can really mix and match them together. So you've got that all over print. You've got the beautiful bee print, but this time you've got it in the mustard background. I mean, when you put them on the panel, they look fabulous. Remember that you're getting all of this. Then we've got the butterfly one, and again, that's got beautiful gold. You've got the pinks, you've got that lovely green. I think this colour selection's fantastic. Here's the daffodil one, but this time on black. It's very tricky, isn't it? I think I'd be very tempted to get both bundles because they are the same prints, but just in the different colours. The honeycomb is really good, isn't it? Because the metallic shows up even more. And then that single colour one that we had before, but that was in the taupe, this is it, and it's in like an ochre colour background. And that's just a miniature version of the whole panel. So if you look at all of the fabrics together with the panel, It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Like a work of art. You need to quilt round all the edge of all of these. I think it's beautiful. And then I would border it in all of these fabrics. Either just patchworked or strips of a very, very simple border. Right. Anyway, do get checked out on that one. Right, before we go for a break, I just want to remind you of the first bundle, the Canterbury Archival. Now we know what a foulard is. That one. Half of the stock has gone over. You're saving £7.99. You're 7 metres in total. You get half a metre for free. So that's 14 half metres. It's £103.87, which is an absolute bargain for such a classic fabric collection. We've also got it available on split pay, so if you'd rather spread the cost, then do that when you check out, whether that's on the phone or on the website. 2 equal costs of £51.93. Loads of you have got this in your basket. We only have 13 bundles left. It's not yours till you check out, so be quick. Not sure that we're going to get this back, and if we sell out of some of them, whether we're selling by the half metre, we won't be able to repeat it. So get it now while you can. Right, we are going to go for a quick break, and I will be back with you in a few minutes with Kathleen, who's going to show you how to make her amazing quilt. It's got a real glorious vintage vibe to it. It's available in 2 different colourways. We've got instructions on their own. This is going to be a brilliant hour full of real practical technique and tips. So if anything that you want to know about patchwork and quilting, do message in, but I think you're really going to enjoy it, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about quilting. And I want to introduce you to Kathleen, if you haven't seen her. I'm going to come over to Kathleen so you can see it. If you haven't met her before. So you've been on Sewing Street a couple of times.
Just twice, yeah.
Just twice.
Just twice. I'm still the new girl, I think.
yeah. We'll give you, you've got to have about 5 times, haven't you? So for anyone who hasn't met you, you are an expert quilter, really, aren't you?
Wow.
I know you probably won't say that.
No, I wouldn't say that about myself, but I do teach people how to make patchwork quilts.
So how did you start? How did you decide, right, well, I'm going to do this then?
Do you know, I can't actually remember because it was a New Year's Eve and so there was a little bit of wine involved and we were making
the best plans.
Well, exactly. Well, because it led to this. Because so we were having I don't know what we were doing, but drinking and deciding about making New Year's resolutions.
Right.
And the idea was to learn something kind of like a craft,
something wholesome. Yeah, I think that's a great New Year's resolution.
Somehow or other, my friend and I ended up deciding to learn how to make patchwork quilts, and I think it must have been her idea because I didn't sew, I didn't have a sewing
you hadn't
machine.
sewn at all?
No, nothing. I'd never sewn.
Wow.
So I wouldn't have come up with that idea out of the blue, I don't think.
Right.
So anyway, we went through with it and booked on a course and did it, and I was just hooked, completely hooked.
So how long ago was this?
That must be about 15 years ago
That's
now.
amazing. So you've never sewn?
No, and I still, for the first 2-3 years, I didn't have a sewing machine. I did everything by hand. We learnt how to do everything really traditionally, like we were cutting little templates out of, cereal boxes and bits of paper.
So like EPP?
It wasn't EPP, but it was that kind
of...
okay. Make, do and mend sort of like...
Brilliant. And is your friend... Still doing it?
Yeah, she still quilts.
Oh, is she? Oh, good.
She does. She doesn't do it quite as obsessively as I do, but she does make stuff from time to time.
So from that New Year's resolution, you now run workshops, retreats, you write patterns, you're on telly.
Yeah, it's
That's
mad,
madness,
isn't it?
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is mad from one New Year's Eve.
So you teach workshops in your house?
Yeah, I do. I teach mostly from home. So I have a lovely little sewing studio at home, which is in the countryside in the east of Leicestershire. So it's a really nice setting for it. Cows in the background and all that kind of thing. So I mostly teach there, but I use some other venues as well for bigger groups, sometimes in Leicester. So I teach at the University of Leicester has a really nice public arts centre called the Attenborough Arts Centre, and I teach there as a guest tutor quite regularly. And other venues, and I run retreats from a really nice hotel in Uppingham, which is lovely as well.
Oh, I like Uppingham.
It's so nice, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Really nice.
Yeah, very Cotswold.
Oh, it is. Oh, fabulous.
It's lovely.
And you write and you do patterns as well?
And I write patterns, yeah. That's something I started in the first lockdown, actually. I took a course. It's been something I've been thinking about for a while, to offer my students more of like my own patterns. And took a course in lockdown, like everybody took an online course in lockdown, but it was a really useful one. And then that kind of, you know, basically I needed to learn the software. I knew how to design a quilt and what I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to like write it into a pattern. So that's what I learned how to do. And
amazing.
And here we are.
So this is the new design.
Yeah, this is
the new design.
Yeah, this is what we're going to show you today.
Gorgeous. Now we've got the instructions on their own and we've got the kits as well. So this is the one that you've created using vintage fabrics.
Yeah, a mix of prints and solids, and the prints in this example are vintage. But what I've done for the kits we've got today is sort of hand pick out these great, I think, great matches. So that you can get that vintage vibe and look.
Because it is lovely. It feels a bit 50s, 60s.
Yeah, that was exactly what, it's really funny that you say that, because that's exactly what it was inspired by. The idea was like, so this is all based off probably the most classic patchwork quilt design there has ever been, which is like a log cabin block. And I wanted it to have that sort of retro, cosy, cottagey vibe.
Yeah, it does. It looks like the sort of quilt you'd see in a film, doesn't it? On the bed,
that'd be nice.
Really sort of cosy, really kind of vintage.
Yeah, all snuggled up. And, yeah, exactly. That's the, you know, and that's what quilting's all about, isn't it? It's about comfort.
It is.
And
yeah, it's not about perfection.
No.
It's about comfort, although this is pretty perfect.
Comfy. Well, it's so easy to do. It's so easy.
Right, I'm going to just go and do the bundles.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back to start sewing. So we'll do this really fast. So in your kit, you will get the full instructions, which are brilliant. The Cabincore Quilt, here's the full instructions. You will get, look, you've got the layout diagram, you've got all the cutting information. You can talk, we'll go through the instructions with Kathleen in a minute, but all of the different colourways. There's really clear diagrams and measurements, everything's there, even how to finish your quilt, all of it's in there. You've also got details of the Cowden Quilt School. So if you want to go on the retreat or the workshop
really nice.
in Kathleen's house and look at the cows, then you will, when you get your instructions, you'll find all of her details there.
Yeah,
because of course you want to. I want to come now. It sounds brilliant.
You're very welcome.
I definitely want to come. I love a workshop. It's like my favourite thing.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Just so love a workshop. So these are the fabrics that Kathleen's chosen to replicate. They're not exactly the same. I'm going to try and put these into an order. So these are. So some of the squares are in pink.
Yeah.
This is the pink one.
Yeah.
So they are very similar.
They're very similar. So I've tried to kind of give that like small floral. I used a lot of little florals in vintage fabrics, and so I've tried to really replicate that. And actually, it was really easy to do with those Lewis and Irene fabrics.
Yeah, and what you've done as well, I've noticed, is that you've got the right amount, haven't you? So that the smaller sections, you've got little bits.
Yeah, exactly. They're fat eights, I think.
Yes, you've got fat quarters and fat eights. So there's the pink, there's the blue. You're getting all of this, by the way, in the quilt, in your kit. All of this. So there's the, well, I can't say yellow, the mustard one.
Yeah.
And then this is the green one. So these are all Rose and Hubble solids and Lewis and Irene.
Yeah.
They work together beautifully, don't they? So it really does go to that effect. And obviously, you'll need the background, and the background is cream, I think.
Yeah.
Cream, yeah, it's not ivory.
So, which is a perfect match for what I use.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. So all of that, I mean, look at that, that's a great price. $54.99, and it's a 60-inch square quilt. £54.99. Now, this is perfect. I'll say it now. It's perfect for beginners, isn't it?
Yeah,
This
absolutely,
is your classic block. You're going to watch Kathleen in a moment. Who's going to show you how to do it. If you've never made a quilt and your New Year's resolution was to learn, this is the time. Obviously, if you're an experienced or intermediate quilter, you will find this easy peasy. And to have this thing of vintage loveliness, it is. It's got to be on your bed. You've got to be snuggled up in it.
It's a lovely throw size, actually, as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful for a throw, isn't it? It's on the sofa. It's watching a box set. Probably something like Virgin River I'd go with, or Heartland, which is my current favourite. Let's talk box sets. Right, we've also got another bundle. Now, this is Sanderson fabric, so it's the same sort of feel.
Yeah, it is.
But different colours.
Different colours, and I don't know how I would describe the difference. It's less, maybe a little bit less cottagey and a little bit more sort of refined. I don't know. You know,
classy.
Classy. There you go.
Sophisticated.
Yeah.
I'm having to pick out because they've
really
put these all in size order. I've got to work all this out now.
Yeah.
I should have done this before, but actually it's quite good fun, isn't it?
We were going to have a play, weren't we? And
yeah, I quite like doing this, to be honest.
Some of the patterns later.
That's the pink one.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that looks really good.
Green.
Yeah.
These are gorgeous.
They're really nice, yeah.
This is really nice. I like this one. So
like
there's your blues. There's the greens. That's the pinks. And then that's the yellows.
Yeah.
I think.
It's a bit more, I don't know if I'm allowed to say Laura Ashley, but it's a bit more
Laura
Ashley.
Yeah, it is. It is more Laura Ashley. And then the background fabric for that is ivory. That is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this one, it is a bit more country, Laura Ashley,
yeah, it's
classic.
a bit more country house rather than cottage. Maybe that's...
Yes.
You know what I mean?
So, yeah, that's in the cottage. This is country mansion.
If you've got
and
one.
obviously, you get the instructions with it as well. I think that's gorgeous. I think as well that's a great price, £54.99, and you've got all of the fabric you need for the front. Obviously, you'll need backing and wadding. We can talk about that later, but this is all the fabric, and it's been carefully curated so that you've got the right colours, because there's no point in doing this if you haven't got it in groups of colour.
Yeah.
That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you could just go wild, actually, and do whatever you wanted. But if you want that look and feel, then, the kind of groupings of the colours are sort of part of that. And it just makes it easy for you then, because you're following what...
And I love a kit. Don't you love a kit? You get this and you go, brilliant, right, here's my pinks.
Exactly.
I'm going to cut those out. Here's my greens.
Totally. And if you're not colour confident, so I teach a lot of beginners, and especially when people are starting out, they're just overwhelmed by how much fabric there is and how much choice there is. And so I think kits are just perfect if you're not sure yet, if you haven't found
yes,
your
exactly,
own,
and you haven't got a massive stash.
You've not got a massive stash. Even when you've got a massive stash, a kit's still nice.
I love
anyone, but
I love a kit. And in fact, I quite often buy kits and they just live in the boxes.
Yeah,
I don't want
just
to
look at them. Yeah, I know, they're really nice.
Now, if you do have a large stash, or maybe you bought some of that Canterbury collection of the last hour, that would work well for this.
Yeah.
We have got the instructions on their own.
Yep.
These are the physical printed sent to you in an envelope ones, £9.99, obviously exactly the same as you get in the kit. It doesn't matter that you haven't bought the kit if you use this, because all the measurements are in here. They are standalone instructions. So these are the printed ones. So if you bought maybe that Canterbury Archive collection, it would look amazing in that. It would look like a Little House on the Prairie quilt.
It would.
Because it's got, and you'd have way more than enough. But but it also, that was in colourways of navies and reds, so it would work really well. That's the physical printed in an envelope instructions. If you want to download them at home, then you can, if you can't wait. But also there's no templates or anything, so you don't even need to print them out. You could just view them all on your tablet or your phone. I mean, if you wanted to, things like this, this page where you can plan it, this one, you could just print out that page. I always think that because I often buy knitting patterns and all sorts online. I don't print out the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just the little bits I need.
Yeah, and sometimes I print out, I'll draw those and maybe print out 2 or 3 copies and try out different, combinations of... Exactly, different combinations of colours. And there's also a few pages in there's like a blank table where once you've decided what your colours are, you can like colour that in, or maybe just like pin a little swatch of the fabrics
Brilliant.
in. Just
So,
you
mean,
follow
yes,
as
obviously
you
you can print them all out, but if you think, well, I don't want to, you don't have to, or just print out the pages that you want.
Just the pages you need, yeah.
So £9.99. Remember, if this is all you've bought today, you won't be charged P&P because it's obviously been sent to you. If you bought anything else, obviously you will be, but if you only want these instructions, I think that's a great price. £9.99. You are going to make a beautiful quilt. And also, once you've learned how to do that, if you then want to make it bigger or smaller, you will have the confidence of how to do that.
Absolutely.
What a great kit. I want to come and watch and see how you do it now.
Oh, it's dead easy. It's really easy.
Because it's so perfect, this. I want to see how you do it.
Well,
I mean, it really is.
I mean, cut out according to the instructions that are in the pattern, and you're halfway there, to be honest.
So just follow the instructions.
Yeah, exactly. Just follow the instructions. It gives you.
Does it tell you about each piece of fabric that you cut?
Yes. So what we've got here, if we just explain, so this is a repeat block pattern. So there are 16 blocks in the Cabincore Quilt.
Right.
They come together in 4 rows of 4 blocks. And the way I've designed it and made it is that there's then 4 kind of colourways. So I went with pinks, blues, yellows, greens, and that's what the kits are kind of made with. But obviously you could do whatever you like with that. You could change the colours, do whatever you like. But just for argument's sake, that's what we've got. And then we make 4 of each block in each colourway. But the block itself is the same every single time.
It's just rotated.
It's just rotated.
Okay, that's clever,
that's
isn't it?
the little twist. So we'll look at this in a little bit when we've made a block. But then all you do is you're kind of again, it's all in the pattern. So you just follow the layout diagram in the pattern. You're just twisting it ever so slightly, and then we just get that really kind of playful movement into the final layout of the quilt. So dead easy to do. Once you've made a block, you just keep making more of them with all the colours. And yeah, in the pattern itself, it will tell you exactly which colourway,
and do
which
you
order.
cut out everything at the beginning?
I do, personally. I love a bit of cutting out, and that's, I put on a podcast or something and just cut everything out. So I did a bit of that yesterday. But you don't have to. You could do it 1 block at a time.
Yeah, no, I'm a bit of a cutter-outer.
I prefer to just get it done.
Cut it, label it, put it in a box,
lovely. Yeah, exactly. All neat and tidy. But if that's not you, and you're a bit more like just get involved, then you can do that too. And actually, if you didn't have a kit and you bought standalone pattern, you wanted to just make it with what you've got at home or a bit of vintage, you can sometimes, if I'm doing like a scrappy quilt, you'll just be making it up as you go along and putting things together.
I mean, it would work really well as a memory quilt, wouldn't it?
Actually, yeah, it would. That would be really nice.
Shirts would look
shirts.
Fabulous, wouldn't it? Because
the
pieces,
and dresses and things.
I know that's like the biggest piece, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
but that's not
too big,
it's not that big. And even if you had like, I'm thinking of like my girls when they were little had little floral dresses and things. As you say, like a memory quilt of some of those would be so nice.
Amazing, just to put with other
things. It's a really good idea, actually.
I collect shirts, and I've never done anything with them.
Have you
so
not?
Every time my husband's got a shirt, he's going to throw it, he gives it to me.
And you keep it. So you've just got a massive like stack of shirts.
Ridiculous. But one day,
I throw them away.
No, but they're such great fabric.
Well, the fabric is
good.
Amazing,
isn't it? And they're all the same, but they're all blue. You only have us blue. They're checked, striped, spotted.
So, funnily enough, the friend I was talking about earlier who I learnt to quilt with, she made a memory quilt with her dad's shirts after he passed away. And it was really, and so she was able to make enough for all the grandchildren, there were 3 grandchildren, all the grandchildren. That's a really lovely thing to do in a different set of circumstances.
Yes, but
it's a really nice
But
thing
this
to
is
do.
lovely. You can stash, you can use
Absolutely,
fabrics that maybe you've got a small amount of where you think, oh, I love that.
Yeah, exactly. You just put a little bit in. So let's have a little look then at how this all comes together. So I've already cut out my pink set here for 1 block. And all this block it's based on a classic log cabin block, which is a square, 2 squares, and some rectangular pieces which fit around it. And the thing with log cabin and log cabin style blocks like this is that you build them up in sections. So when we start sewing in a minute, we're going to start with these 2 pieces and then keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding and adding until we've created the whole square block. So it's really easy to do. The key thing with it is because you're adding a piece at a time, is pressing the seams before you add the next piece, so that you've got the combined pieces lying nice and flat, and you've got them in the right size, basically. I'm going to come back to those two in a minute at the end. So what I do, and there's a diagram of this in the pattern, is show you how to kind of lay them out first of all, so that you've got them. I feel like those are very slightly directional, so I've just turned them around, just to be fussy. So I kind of lay them out like this, so I know I've got all the pieces ready to go. And then again in the pattern, there's a little diagram for each. You know, join this bit to this bit, join this bit to those bits. You know, and shows you how to build it up. So that's what we're going to do. So really standard patchwork sewing. If you've not done it before, we use a 1/4 inch seam, so that's what I'm going to do, and I've got the 1/4 inch seam on the machine ready to go. So I'm just going to sew them together. So which way around did I have them? That way around. So for those squares to begin with, I'm not going to bother pinning them, but once I get to some bigger bits, I might start to pin them down. Right. The really nice thing about this pattern is there's no complications there's no triangles, there's no points to match. There's just, it's really straightforward. And I tell you what, I might use that clapper in a minute, actually.
Oh, I'll get the clapper.
That's okay, so I'm going to give this a
We
press.
had a long clapper conversation this morning.
We did, love a clapper.
This is the clapper. It is an absolute must-have essential. Not only does it look great in your workroom, there we go.
Yeah.
It looks great in your workroom, doesn't it? It makes you look like a right professional.
You look like a pro, yeah.
Yeah. But it's brilliant as well. So it's, as well, not only that, it's only $19.99. It's solid beech wood, and you use it. Well, I'll show you, Kathleen will show you them. But you also use it in tailoring because you use it for your collars and your cuffs as well.
Yeah.
But this makes a difference, doesn't it?
It makes
so
such
explain,
a difference.
Tell why we need one.
So, and this will last you a lifetime as well. So it really helps in patchwork to help your seams lie nice and flat. And that's, I think, if you've never done it before, you're going to wonder why do you need to do that? But it's just really helpful, especially as we're doing a block like this and we're building it up as we go. We want our seams to be nice and flat and orderly so that we can add the next piece without there getting to be sort of, you don't want it to be like a bird's nest on the back, a jumble of seams and thread and all the rest of it. It can just get a bit untidy and actually sometimes a bit lumpy kind of around the back. So this just really helps. So what I do is give it a quick press with hot iron. You could even add some starch, some breast press if we want, just to really belt and braces. And then, I don't know if we can see, can we see that? Then the iron's in the way. Let me move
the iron for you.
Thank you. And we just pop the clapper on top for a few seconds.
You don't have to clap it, you know, it's not smacking it down. It's just
if you're angry about something, you can always take out a little bit of tension. It's quite a weight, actually. So you don't, because we're just little bits of fabric and a big clapper, it doesn't really, I just sometimes leave it. And sometimes if I'm kind of like batch pressing, I might have one, leave that on there and then press the next bit and swap it over.
Because the beech absorbs the heat and takes it straight out, the moisture.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I don't know if you can see
really
that,
flat.
but it's so flat there. And if I kind of like almost turn it up in profile, you almost can't see.
And I guess if you're doing something else and you're pressing seams over to one side, so you've got double bulk.
Yeah, so if so I press open. It does't matter. You can press either way, whichever way you want. I know it's one of those controversial kind of things. And I was watching yesterday, and Catherine Wright was on and saying that she thought her life was too short to press open, and it just really made me laugh because I do press mine open.
I know, and then I was saying, well, I actually feel really guilty when I know I should.
No, well,
and I can't
don't
be bothered.
think it's a should.
But then
it doesn't matter.
Well,
really.
I don't know. Sometimes
it helps. Sometimes it helps to press to one side, and I do that. And actually, in a bit, when we join the rows together, I might talk about that again, because I think when you're doing the rows here, it really helps to press the block seams to one side, because then you get better joints. But anyway.
So whether you're doing open or one side,
a clapper will really just make it easy, yeah.
And it looks lovely as well.
It looks really nice.
I think it's a great price, $19.99, because it's like
it is, and it'll last you forever.
And it's really good for ironing points of collars.
Yeah, so I never do any dressmaking, so I'm going to have to take.
That'll be your next New Year's resolution.
Wow, I don't know. I think of myself as a monogamous
patchwork.
Yeah, I've devoted myself.
If you want the best press, this is brilliant. This is my favourite one, the lavender.
Yeah, it's lovely.
This is a synthetic starch, so it won't leave any residue. It does wash out, but it will give your fabric that crispness. Do you use this all the time?
Yeah, I do, and it's really good. And it just, again, in combination with your clapper, it just makes your life so much easier. Once you start using it, like the clapper again, you won't go back and you'll wonder how you ever, did anything. So thank you.
There you go.
I'm going to give this one a press. So all I've done now is add the next bit in the sequence. Like we were saying, it's all in the pattern. Just getting in a muddle there with all my bits and pieces. If you've not got a pressing mat at home, actually, one thing that I've done before when I've made this pattern is like just use your regular ironing board but lower the height so it's at the same height as your sewing table. And then you can just have a nice little system where like you're sewing and you can turn to one side, get it pressed.
You don't actually have to keep getting up. That's a really good idea. I always keep getting up.
Yeah, I mean pressing mats are amazing. If you've got one, then you can just obviously have that next to you. But if not, just lower your
We've got a quick question for you.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I'd love to make my first quilt. I only have a small extension table. Would I still be able to make a full-size quilt? From Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa, you can make a quilt. I mean, even if you've just got a tiny little table. I mean, it definitely is easier the bigger the space you've got. But the fact is, even if you've got a big space, like I've got my workshop space at home, and when I've not got students there, I've got my stuff all over the tables and it's still not big enough, so it doesn't matter what size, you can never ever get big enough anyway. So, and you don't need to start necessarily with a massive quilt. I would in fact probably recommend start with something a little bit smaller and work your way up so you sort of get a feel for how, because it does change things once you start making something bigger, doesn't it? It's a bit more to
but I guess you can, you know, when you come to quilt it, you've got a floor.
Yeah, you've got a floor, you've probably got, when you're laying your blocks out, sometimes I'll say to people, if you've not got anywhere, you could, if you take your, like your duvet or whatever off your bed and just leave the sheet on, you can lay your blocks out, figure out where your positions are. You have got space in your house, I'm sure of it.
Well, the table that I work on, I work quite close to the edge of it anyway. So it's it's a small, the table's big, but it cannot be used for sewing because it's got all my cutting. But the actual, my sewing machine space is probably this big. Yeah. It's just the sewing machine.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't worry. Oh, we've got another question.
Oh, blimey. Okay, I'm going to sew
Oh, just a message. Collector Merseyside said, Kathleen is a fab addition to the Sewing Street family. Striking designs and easy to follow patterns. I couldn't agree more.
Oh, that's really kind, thank you.
They are. I think they are really striking, really unusual as well. And
good.
I love the way you break it down because when you look at that quilt, you think, wow, that's really clever.
Yeah.
Look at the colour, you know. And
I'm all for making it simple. For my own sake as well as everybody else's, but yeah, I think because I've been teaching for a long time, teaching beginners, I feel like I've got that sense now of what
what people ask.
Exactly, and what's manageable and achievable when you're just starting out. Because I know that the second quilt I ever made, I did not know what I didn't know, and I bit off some. I mean, it had like everything was cut on the bias. It didn't go back together. It was awful, and I just didn't know what I didn't know yet. And I kind of try and always remember, what do I wish I had known, and what do I wish somebody had explained to me. And I try and keep that in mind as well as the people I teach.
I think that it's easy to forget that.
Yeah, it is.
Luckily, working here, we have so many experts, so I just ask everyone questions, and I go, I've no idea. How do you?
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. Ask questions. If you know some quilters, you've got some quilters in your life, or you know a teacher, or you message into a show or whatever, then you can always find out. I'm struggling to even pick up one bit. There we go.
Well, it's often just the simple things, isn't it, that you've never really thought about.
Yeah, I know. And people say all the time, oh, I hope it's not a stupid question. And there's no such thing because
everyone's thinking it.
Exactly. You're just the one brave enough to ask. So again, I'm just building this up and building this up, following what the pattern says in terms of the layout. And you can see it's just really straightforward. You're sewing in a straight line, you're not doing anything particularly difficult at all. But we're building it up in sections. And as I get to bigger sections, then I do put a few pins in. Smaller bits, I don't so much.
Would you like me to iron that for you?
Oh, yes, please. That's
Press.
lovely. Yes, please. And we're going to build it up until we've got all the pieces in, and then we will have our first complete block. So
I promise to press them open as well.
yeah, I know. Now you've made a rod for your own back.
Yeah.
There.
Do you know, it's honestly, I think the thing what Catherine was saying, I'm just too lazy.
It's fine.
But then it's annoying because sometimes it does need pressing open,
don't get me
doesn't
wrong.
it?
There are things that I am lazy about. Everybody's just got their own thing. Do you know what I mean? There'll be something that you will take the time to do, and then there'll be something that you really can't be bothered, and both are fine.
But the thing is, I do press everything. So I'm a real over-presser. It's just whether I do it open. So I press the seam, I press it open. I then press it from the right side. So I do a lot of pressing. But sometimes, when you're putting like a long border on and pressing that whole thing open takes ages,
I know it does. I don't like putting borders on. And actually, that's something about this pattern that we haven't talked about yet, but we're going to come to in a minute, is that we do add a little bit of background fabric onto each of the blocks, which just creates that space around each of the blocks.
Right.
But it's like integral to the block rather than adding in long
so you're not actually joining together with...
No, exactly.
Another question. I have to go around the side to see the question. I had to answer my door when you started your instructions. Do you start with 2 5-inch squares? Jane, all the measurements are in the instructions. So if you need to know, we didn't give out the measurements because obviously the measurements are something that's taken Kathleen hours and hours to do it. So if you want the measurements for the pieces, you can buy the instructions either as part of the kit, or you can buy them on their own as a printed version, or you can buy them as a downloadable PDF.
Yeah, but you do start with the 2 squares, Jane. That is where you begin. So you start, when we had it laid out, you sort of start here and you're kind of working your way out and adding the pieces as we go. But like
and another one.
In the pattern. Oh, they're very questionable.
Is the width of the strips all the same size? Angela from Battersea, beautiful quilt.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so all of the pieces, I'll show you in just a sec, let me get to the end of this, but all of these pieces are cut to the same depth. The length of each piece is slightly different.
But the measurements will all be very clear in the instructions. There's cutting layouts that explains exactly how you make this.
But the important thing as well is that they're not too small and fiddly, because I know, again, as a beginner, sometimes, or if you open a pattern and it tells you to cut out, 1-inch strips, and your heart kind of sinks because it's quite narrow. So they're a good size for dealing with, especially if you're new.
So are all your patterns designed around beginners? For beginners?
They're designed with beginners in mind, but I do have other patterns that sort of progress the skills.
Oh, okay.
So when I teach, I have like a beginner's course for beginners, funnily enough, and then I have courses that they kind of move on to, so they'll come and learn the basics, and then they'll come back and start learning, about triangles, and then we move on to different types of triangles.
Does build.
So it just sort of teaches you a different skill each time. So sometimes when I design a pattern, it'll be because I've got a class and I think they really want to know this next. So sometimes I sort of design things to fit the bill for what people are learning. And I figure, well, if they want to learn it, other people will want to make it too.
Yes.
So we're about to add the last piece of our pink fabrics here. So you can see how that's come together. So when Jane was just asking, we started with those 2 squares, we added that rectangle, that one, and now we're about to add this last one, and then we're going to add the background piece.
Right, I'll just go and do my quilt kit when you say that one on. So if you want to buy the kit that Kathleen is currently making, it's the Lewis and Irene colourway. So you will get in your kit, you'll get all of the instructions. They're very, very comprehensive. So any of you've messaged in saying what are the size of them, all of the measurements are in the instructions. We don't give out the measurements on air because obviously, these are very precious to Kathleen. She spent a long time developing and designing them. So you can watch the technique here, but if you want the measurements, you will need the instructions. They are in the kit, and this is the Lewis and Irene kit. So what Kathleen has done, because her quilt behind her, she's made using vintage fabric. So she's really carefully chosen these Lewis and Irene and plain fabrics so that they mimic her quilt as closely as possible. So you've got the 4 fabrics needed for the pink, 4 for the blue, 4 for the green, and 4 for the mustard. And then you've got a cream background. So all of the fabric for the quilt top is here, including the instructions. She also selected fabrics for a more country house, and more classy. So that's sort of country cottage. This is more country house. These are Sanderson fabrics, because they'd have to be for country house, wouldn't they? Sandersons and plains, and look at the blues. They're beautiful. So you can imagine if you do this. I've made a block, just like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Just like that. You see, look, there's the blue. So that's what the blue block would look like. And then there's the green that would look like this. See, they look beautiful together.
Yeah,
and
they
then
really do.
this is the pink one. See, this is a really good way if you're doing it at home. If you're buying just the instructions, which we do have, and your own fabrics, then do this with them. You don't have to cut them all. You just
audition them.
lay them out a bit like that. I think I've got them in the right order.
Yeah, feel for it. Yeah, it looks like
Ish.
it. Well, you could play around with it, of course. You don't have to do it exactly the same. Sorry, my thread keeps snapping, so I've got to re-thread the machine. But
And
yeah,
then this is the more sort of mustardy orange colourway. That's beautiful, isn't it? And obviously you get the instructions with this. Only $54.99, which is an amazing price, really, when you think all of that fabric. So you're getting all of these, what does it say, 2 meters. Oh, and you get the ivory with that one. So you get 8 fat quarters, 8 fat eighths, and 2 meters of fabric. And that's enough to do the whole quilt front. It's a 60-inch quilt, finished, 60 inches, and it's only $54.99. And when you think you've got either Lewis and Irene fabrics or you've got Sanderson, that's a great price. Now, if you've got a stash as big as your house, or you've got some specific fabrics that you'd really like to use, or you want to make a memory quilt, or, you know, it doesn't use massive pieces. When you think each block doesn't use loads, you can, you know, use fabrics from your own collection if you want to. The printed instructions are $9.99. They will be sent to you in the post. But if you want to know the measurements and you want to get going this afternoon, you think, oh, what are the size of those? I want to do it. Get the digital instructions. You won't pay any P&P for those. If that's all you've bought today, you won't pay any P&P. They will just be emailed to your inbox and you can start cutting after lunch.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, that was the printed ones. Coming up now on the screen, this is the digital ones. You can see it says digital download. If you have any problems, if you think, oh, I think I've just put the printed version in, just call the call centres. That's the number there, 0800 001 4433. They're UK calls, well, they're just upstairs. Free phone number. And it's just sometimes I know people get mixed up with them, but if you've got any questions at all and you realise you've ordered the wrong ones, then just give them a call. Right.
Okay.
Where have we got to?
So where we've got to is I've completed my, my pink pieces here. That's it, we zoomed in. And then what I'm about to add next is what in the pattern is referred to as your background fabric. So that's the cream behind me there that's just sort of like in between the blocks. So I'm just about to add those. Now when we're ready to add those, again, it's all in the pattern, so you don't need to worry, just follow the diagrams. But we're going to go back over to this side of the block and add one here and one here. And that completes the block. And then we're all done. So we'll get this one done.
So it's like half a log cabin, isn't it?
It's actually a
quarter
quarter log. Yeah, they're known as quarter log cabins. So if you imagine a traditional log cabin, which would have a square in the middle.
Yes, of course, because it would keep going round, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and it goes round and round and round. So the idea of the log cabin is all the sort of symbolism around, like the home, and the square in the middle would symbolise the hearth and the hearth.
Oh, is that why like they used to be red?
Yes,
in really traditional
and then
ones.
In traditional ones as well, each side would be, one side would be dark and one side would be light, like light and shade and, I don't know, maybe good and evil, that kind of thing.
Oh, is that what it was? I just thought it looked nice.
I believe, well, it does also look really nice, yeah.
But that's the reason.
But I think so, yeah, that's how the story goes anyway.
Yes, I forgot, yes, because if it was it would keep going, yes, they'd be really big,
it would go all the way round, yeah, so log cabins, I mean, who knows who first invented the log cabin block, but good for them because it's amazing.
Yeah, they should have copyrighted it, if only.
Well, if only we knew, we could give her, because I'm sure it was a her, we could do her justice. So
Yes,
just
of course
gonna
it was
get
a
this
her.
pressed, yeah, exactly. And it would be, she would have been doing a million other things at the same time as well, running a homestead or whatever.
And cutting up old clothes.
Cutting up old clothes. And so it's about as traditional as you can get a log cabin. If you've never made a quilt before, if you're new to quilting, I bet you would all recognise, you might not know it's called a log cabin, but you'd probably recognise the design. You'll have seen it in other places and in traditional quilts.
I think it's one thing that people always go back to, and whenever you see a fabric collection, whether it's a traditional one or a modern one or a plain one, you know it's going to work.
Yeah, exactly. It really does. And they're so fun and easy to sew. I was making a couple yesterday in preparation for today, and just think I've forgotten how fun they are, how quick they are as well. Although having said that, I thought I was going to make about 3 on this demo. Time goes twice as quick when you're on telly.
Especially when you're chatting.
Especially when you're chatting and your thread breaks. So I'm going to put the last
and we
bit
do have
on
to keep,
here.
And we do have to keep stopping. Right, 3/4 of the Lewis and Irving quilt kit is gone.
Oh, wow.
Gone. And if you want to create, you know, well, Kathleen has selected the fabrics, we've cut them all to the right sizes. So if you want to recreate this and have that beauty, because Kathleen's made a couple of the squares so you can see what they look like in the Lewis and Irving fabrics.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
Then get that in your basket and checked out.
Yeah, I do.
It's lovely.
They're lovely, actually. And they really do have that sort of vintagey feel to them. So that saves you the trouble of
looking for
sourcing them and, you know, cutting them all
I guess
up.
it's the scale of the print, is it? That
I think it's a lot to do with the scale of the print, but actually even the colours, I think we just managed to get these a really nice fit for the colours. And I'll show you in a minute, because I made one of the yellow blocks up yesterday. Just get to the end of this.
So where do you get your vintage fabrics from?
Well, randomly, I just seem to have them. I don't really know where they've come from, but
Just
they've randomly to be
randomly.
in my sewing room. Sometimes I buy them, so you can get them off. People sell like vintage little bundles and stuff online, so you can sometimes get them.
And are they like proper quilting fabrics?
No,
or are they just...
they're like pillowcases and bits of dress and stuff like that. So sometimes the quality is a little bit variable. So the thing I would say about what we've got in the kits is, you know, it's really nice, good quality fabric. It's going to cut
the same
nicely.
weight.
It's the same weight. It's going to shrink at the same weight as everything else. They're colour fast. So like that's the other thing with vintage fabrics is sometimes you have to be really careful.
Yes, I can
Don't know
imagine.
when and how they were made. But anyway, I just wanted to show you. So this is the yellow block that I made up yesterday using the matched
Oh, that's lovely.
fabrics
Should we
that
put
we've
it on
got
the...
in the kit.
I'm going to put it... Oh, yeah, so...
But I just wanted to show you, like, as an example, just how close... So, yeah, actually, that way around. So it's just a really good fit. You know,
it is.
The look and feel is really, really similar.
Yeah,
even
it is. Even though the prints are different.
It's just the 2 prints that are slightly different.
Yeah,
Everything
it
else
is really... You've got that same tone in there, haven't you?
Which I was really pleased with. So I think
that's lovely.
If you like that look, you can definitely recreate it very easily.
And you've got the green one as well.
Yeah, the green one was a little bit harder to match exactly, but actually I really love these colours. So we've got that kind of... hold on. We've got that kind of icy green colour.
Yeah.
Actually, I have to say, I love this fabric.
I think that's really...
It's so nice. It's nicer than that. It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely. This is a slightly different tone of green. And then we've got this, the really nice kind of appley fresh green here, which is so beautiful. Yeah, it's lovely. So we've got a couple of those made up just to give you an idea. And now we've got a pink one and exactly the same. Where have we got a pink one? Just here. So, yeah, that's perfect. So you can see again, we've kind of been able to replicate that same
really
flowery feel.
Yeah.
So it's really lovely.
And they all work together really well,
They all work really nicely. So what I thought we maybe do with the last few minutes is just have a look at how you're then going to sew these together. So as you can hopefully see, all of these blocks are exactly the same. When they're finished, they're exactly the same size.
Right.
They're just a nice square block. Again, all your dimensions in the pattern, everything else. So when we start to sew them together, all you're doing is sewing one block to the next block in a row of 4.
Yes.
But what you need to be careful of, if you want to replicate the quilt exactly as per the design, is how those are oriented so that you get that little twist.
But you've got lovely diagrams.
It's all
in the instructions. There are
it's
lovely diagrams.
So you can just follow those exactly. So it will say, like, okay, you know, your pink one goes this way, and then, shall I tell you what, should we try and do one from off the pattern? Let's do that. Let's grab a green one and let's try and do this.
Right, we've got 6 left of these kits, and there are 12 in baskets.
Oh.
There's 6 of you going to miss out, so be quick.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. So let's imagine that we're going to just do this little bit. So who was it who asked about having a small table? This is
this is where you go on the floor, or this is where your bed comes in handy.
You need a full-time helper. So what I'm going to try and do is imagine, let's say we're going to sew these 2 together, okay? So that's the way they go around.
Okay, so you could just go, right, that's in the top corner, and
then that bit's there. So then what you do, you put them right sides together, just like you would do with regular fabric, and you sew a seam along the edge.
I think it's lovely that there's no sashing.
I know,
because you know when you finish blocks, you think, oh, I'll get that done.
Yeah.
And then you've got to put all the sashing in, and then you've got to put all the borders in.
Exactly. And to be honest, sashing, I mean, it's brilliant, and don't get me wrong, I do have sashing in other patterns, but actually, as a complete beginner, I think it's a bit easier not to use sashing, because sometimes the bits are so long. And if you've got a cat at home like I have, the cat gets involved with the long pieces, and it just chaos ensues.
And then it's quite hard getting the blocks underneath.
And getting them lined up can be really difficult.
That's true.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This is genius.
So this is all the effect of sashing without the sashing.
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like. And because of the way you've quilted it, it looks like there's sashing for some reason.
I know, I know what you mean. It does. It's sort of, what will we call it? We need like secret sashing or something. So just pretend you've done it, but you haven't actually.
Another quick message. I've just downloaded my pattern. Looks easy enough for me. Who's a beginner? Any tips, says Angela. Well, all the tips in the world.
Yeah, just give it a go.
Choose your fabrics. So any fabric choosing tips?
Well, I would say if you're starting from scratch, so you're not using one of the kits, I would say think about contrast, okay? So think about using different shades and different, especially if you're using prints, different sizes of print. So sometimes, if we take some of those blues as an example, I don't know if we can go to the overhead. So we've got, in the kit, we've got this lovely blue that's got a really pretty bird and flower kind of motif on it. But then we've also got another blue which has got a white background. So there's a really good contrast between, even though they're both blue, there's a nice contrast between them. And the scale, so on here, the pattern of the flowers are really tiny, so they contrast really nicely with the bigger ones. If they're all same, that can look nice, but it can get a bit lost in patchwork once you've cut everything up and put it together.
So think about, make sure that one fabric stands enough away.
Yeah, exactly. So think about like coordinating, but with a little bit of difference. And I think if you keep that in mind, sorry, I've forgotten the name of the person who asked the question.
Angela.
Angela. If you can keep that in mind, Angela, you really can't go far wrong. But there we go. So that's our first 2 blocks joined together. So that's...
Let me hold that up for
you. That section
that's
there.
that.
And then you can see that you just add the other 2 blocks at the end for each row, just taking care each time to follow the diagrams in the pattern so you've got the orientation correct, but you soon get your eye into that. And then your 4 rows will come together really quickly. And what I was going to say earlier about pressing seams, so even though I do like to press mine open, when it comes to the rows, I would be tempted to press the seams in between the blocks to one side on one row and to the opposite side on the other row, so that then your seams will nest when you put the rows together, and that just makes your life a little bit easier to make it all line up nicely. But it's nice and easy.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It comes together really quick, even though I've chatted loads.
quilting and backing. How much wadding do we need?
Yeah, how much wadding do we need?
Let me get the instructions, because we have got wadding. So,
great.
So if you're new to this and you haven't got any wadding,
so simply speaking, you need a bit of wadding that is a little bit bigger all the way around than your finished quilt. So our finished quilt, what did we say, was
60 inches.
Yeah, so I would go with a piece of wadding that was at least 63, 64 inches. So you've got a little bit of excess all the way around.
2 metres.
Yeah.
We've got extra wide wadding here. We've got
that's
two
handy.
different sorts. Yeah, because we don't do small bits.
No, but you use it and save all
So
your
we've got
cuts
two
as
different
well.
sorts of wadding. Now, these are all wide enough, but you will need to buy 2 metres, so you'll need 4 units,
Right.
which is more than you need, but 1.5 metres isn't enough.
No, it won't be.
So, but you'll have some left over for cushions and backs and things.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I meant to say that. One block makes a really nice cushion.
Right.
Just
So you could make, and you will have, because you need just over 1.5 metres. So the 2 waddings I've got are, is this one 80-20?
I like an 80-20. Yeah, it's good.
A bit of a bamboo convert at the moment, I have to say.
Oh, 80-20 with bamboo. Oh, nice.
This is 100% bamboo.
Wow.
And it's really nice. Look.
And you know that. Oh.
It's really it's thinner than an 80-20.
Weight, isn't it?
But it's really
so soft. Do you know, in terms of like the
do you want the code for it?
vintage feel as well, that would go so nicely with this quilt.
I'm just reading. Sorry, I've got the code. Oh, I've seen it.
It was on it. Yeah.
GXYV56, but it's very soft.
It's lovely. Yeah, you'll get.
That one's it doesn't say that on here. Well, it's got a different thing. So this one is the 70. So that code is 7030 eco wadding. Maybe we've got the wrong. We've got the wrong.
Or whatever it is, it's lovely.
So it doesn't really matter, to be honest, whether it's up to you. Everyone has their different wad. I've started to use bamboo and cotton mix because I like it's very soft, but love 80. But that 7030 is great because it's eco. You will need 4 units of it. What's the other one that we've got, Chris? Okay, and what's the code? I think I might have the wrong ones here. Who knows? Oh, right, yes. Okay, I've got them. This is the right one. So this one is 100% cotton. Ah, right, this is 100% cotton. But this one's white.
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? 'Cause you're not going to see it again once it's
No, I guess,
inside
but
your
sometimes
quilt.
people say if you're doing a very white quilt, you need a very white wadding.
Well, that's true.
Is it true? I don't know. I don't think I've ever done a very white quilt to know.
No, I don't know. Although, well, it just depends on the balance, I suppose. If you've got a lot of white in there, then yeah maybe you would.
So this is 100% bleach cotton, so it's white. That's $6.99. Honestly, there's all different sorts of wadding, and everyone has their favourite. Yeah. But really, up to you. All of the waddings that we do, they're all really good quality. So just choose which one you want. But you will need 2 metres. You will also need the same of your backing fabric.
Yeah.
We've got a few. We haven't got time to go through them all, but we've got a few here. They're on the website just below all of these quilt kits. So if you want to buy some backing fabric, we've got the extra wide, so you don't have to join them. Get yourself 4 units of those.
That's handy. And if you're a beginner and you're a bit overwhelmed with choice of wadding, I think a cotton or an 80-20 is just a great place to start.
So 80% cotton, 20% polyester.
Anything like that, you know, if you're just not sure, because again, that can be a bit overwhelming. There's so many options.
But you know, they all, I mean, some are slightly thinner than others. The wool wadding is a bit thicker. They all perform in a similar way, don't they?
To an extent, you've just got to try one and then try different ones and you'll find your favourite and what you like. But they're all, I mean, those are all lovely.
They're lovely.
So they'll work perfectly. The other thing is not to sweat it too much. You can agonise over decisions.
Oh, should I go 80-20 or 70-30?
No, and then once it's sewn into the quilt, you're never going to feel, I mean, you will feel the drape. And
what's funny is that I always wash mine in cold, as it says, to start with. And then later it just goes in the machine on any old temperature and I don't care anymore.
I know, but that's the joy of quilting. You can always make another one, it doesn't matter.
Right, quick recap on these kits. So have we got any left? Right, the Lewis and Irene one, we only have 2 left and there's about 20 of you that have got it in baskets. Oh, there's 1 left. So I will let you 20 fight out the one that's left. Right, let's do the Sanderson. This is your country house one. This is lovely. Now, this is going to give you exactly the same effect in terms of colour. Over half of the stock of this one has gone. It will give you the same effect in colour because it's green, pink, blue and yellow. It's just the fabrics are just a bit...
Just a bit different, but they're
different,
so
posher,
nice.
class,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're being
Posh,
silly,
don't know what
aren't
that word is. I don't know. They're just more country house, I think.
It's just a bit different.
But you've got that nice balance, like you were saying, that nice contrast.
Yeah, you really have. It's a really good contrast of colour and tone. So like if you look at the green, say you've got that really light colour with then the darker if in the solids, and then different sizes of print, which is just, I think, a really great combination.
And this has an ivory background, so they really stand out. Yeah. $54.99, you're going to make a 60-inch quilt. That is all the fabric that you need for the whole of the front of the quilt. Obviously, you will need backing and wadding. That's all in the instructions that tells you all the details. But if you get 2 meters, 4 units of wadding and backing, you'll have enough. Instructions on their own. I moved them over here, didn't I? Yeah. So if you want instructions on their own because you want to make it yourself at home, everything that you need to know is in here. These are the physical printed ones. I know everyone has their preference. These are the ones that will come to you in an envelope just like this, all printed out, nice paper. And this has all the measurements and the diagrams and everything in it. If you want to get going straight away, and you can see how quick they arrived, Angela's already got hers.
Yeah.
You can then go into your sewing room. Don't even print them out if you want to. You don't have to. You can read them on your tablet or your laptop or your phone. Print out maybe the pages that you want to put your samples on. Go into your sewing room and choose your fabrics. It tells you in here all the quantities, all the measurements to do it. You can get going straight away. Only $9.99, and that's for the digital downloads. Right. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
That was marvellous.
It was good fun.
It was
Enjoy
really
making
good.
your quilts.
So you'll be back in an hour for the next quilt.
Yeah, I will.
And we're going to talk about quilting as well then.
We are, yeah. We've got some more techniques to look at, and we're going to talk about some quilting
we haven't done
ideas
them.
as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
oh, well, that was great. I learned so much. Go and have a coffee.
Yeah, I will.
I will see you back in an hour. I will see you back in a few minutes' time. We're going to be talking sewing room tools. You know how much I love a sewing room tool. This place is a nightmare for me because every time I leave, I go, oh, I didn't know about that. I think most of these I may well have. So if you want to know anything about sewing room tools or some ideas, you know, we've got some really quick and easy things you can't do without. Also some really cool fabric as well, some pre-cuts. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is my little sewing tool shop. I'm quite pleased about this because there's some really good tools in, and it's got, you know, I've only got 4 rulers. We always talk about this. 4 Creative Grids rulers, and I've just doubled the number I have by buying 2 more about 3 months ago. And these are the 2 I bought, and they've put them in the schedule, so they obviously know that they're right for me. These are brilliant. Not only are these great, there's a little bit of a discount as well. So Creative Grids are brilliant rulers. If you're new to Patrick, if you've just watched Kathleen's show, you're going to need rulers for cutting. The great thing about Creative Grids is they have a textured bit on the back. Oh, sorry. I need to put a button on my blouse to hold it together. Right, anyway, they have a slightly textured bit on the back so that they don't slip on the fabric. They've got measurements in 1/8 of an inch increments. Now, you need different size rulers for different things. If you're cutting across the width of fabric, you'll need a really long one. If you are trimming half square triangles, cutting small pieces, I would say use the smallest ruler that you can for the job. Because if you use a big ruler, then it's too unwieldy. But if the ruler's too small, because obviously you couldn't use this for cutting widths of fabric. So that's why I now have 4 rulers in my life. And you can use them for so many things. This is my half square triangle trimming. This is what I use for cutting strips. Also, I use it when I am doing half square triangles and 8s because I can draw along it. $38.98 normally. This is 6.5 inches square. This is 6.5 by 12.5. But we're going to give you a discount because they're my favourites. And they are brilliant. 5 are off. $33.98. Now, I'm just warning you, we only have 16 sets left. Only 16. How is that on 3-way split pay? That's really funny. That's just come up on screen. $33.98. 3 equal payments of £11.32. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're supposed to have that. But do you know what? If you want to spread the cost, pay £11.32 now, and we will send them straight to you, and then you can spread it over 3 months. That's entirely optional, and you don't have to take that offer if you don't want to. You can pay it all at once. But it won't cost you anything in interest, so why not? Why not? Let us take the hit. You pay £11.32 and you can have it straight away. These are great if you have just started rotary cutting, or like me, you've been doing it for years and you only own 1 ruler. These are brilliant. The other one I've got, by the way, is the 2.5 by 12.5, which I love as well. But these are brilliant. Wow, loads of these gone in baskets. Save a £5, available on split pay. Not sure why. Do you know, I wonder whether that's left over from some kind of special deal or something, because not really. But normally split pay only applies for items over $99.99. Anyway, we'll keep that. Do take that. Right, they are flying out. Numbers are going down. You need to get checked out on these. So I will come back to them. I'll let you know how they go, but they are brilliant. Right, we're going to do Debbie Shaw's jelly roll. This is what it looks like. This is her new watercolour fabric range. Isn't it beautiful? That's what it'll look like. And I know you won't bear to open it because it looks so lovely. Because once you've opened it, that's it. You have to use it. Well, you don't, but you sort of feel like, this is what it will look like. We've opened one. When you've opened it, this is what it will look like. They're almost impossible to get back in the roll. But don't worry, what I do with mine, if I don't use them all in one go, is I lay them out like this, and then I just fold them and I'll put them into a bag or something, or put them on a shelf. Just don't screw them all up, otherwise you have to press them all. So this is the jelly roll. I'm just checking whether it's 40 strips. They're all 2.5 inches wide by 42.5 inches. So these are gorgeous. The fabrics are beautiful. They're all Debbie's own watercolour illustrations. So you can see, look, you can see the water, you can see the sort of the bleeding of the water and the inks, can't you? We've got pansies and butterflies, blue poppies. I mean, this is a beautiful range, isn't it? We've got red pansy. So you're going across the colour spectrum, but it is all of these beautiful watercolour designs. Just simply join them all together one below another to make a strip piece bag. Join them all together one below another, subcut, cross-cut across them to make 2.5 inch squares, and then turn them round and you've got patchwork. Use them, join them together end by end, use them to bind something because they're just the right width for a double fold 1/4 inch binding. Use them for bag handles. They're just the right size for bag handles. Gorgeous. Lovely if you want like a facing across the top of something, maybe the inside of a bag where you want a facing. But buy several and make a quilt. There's loads of quilt designs using these design rolls, but I tend to buy them just because I love them, and then I decide what I'm going to do with them. But you can make more than one bag. They do look lovely if you lay them, or you just take them and you put like one like that, and then you think, right, well, I'll put the next one goes like that, and then I'll put one that goes like that, and you can lay them all out, and they do look lovely. And then again, to make it more complex, cross-cut and turn them all round, and it's like patchwork. So pretty, aren't they? Now, the price for this is only $39.99. Only. You are getting 42 2.5 inch strips that are cut across the full width of the fabric. They are stunning, aren't they? Really like those. Only $39.99. And we're in single figures of those. Right, we've also got a collection of threads. If you've bought the fabric, you need the threads, don't you? This has been curated by Debbie to go with these fabrics. This is all Orifil, obviously. Hand chosen by Debbie, and every box is signed by her as well. Look at the colours. I mean, whether you've bought the fabric or not, these are all, so you can see the watercolours that all go, and I think there's something very special about buying the thread that matches. I mean, it might be that you just love this colour palette. You don't have to have had the fabric as well. But these are, oh, we've got a discount. Oh, I love a discount. So not $52.99, which is well worth it. £6 off, $46.99. They are lovely as well, aren't they? So you've got this beautiful, you've got the vintage grey, you've got green, you've got that super soft vintage blue, then you've got that lovely, so like a plummy colour, and a vintage mauve, and then a pink. This is all 50 weight Orifil thread, so it's perfect for hand sewing and machine sewing. You've got 1,300 metres of thread on each spool. Now, I've made from one of these spools a whole double bed quilt and quilted it, because you've got so much thread on there. It's Orifil, so it's, although it's 50 weight, because it's long staple cotton, it's very fine. It flows through the machine well, and it sits sort of within the fabric rather than on top of it. So it's particularly good when you want to do quilting, that you don't want the stitches to stand out, you just want the effect. But isn't that lovely? And what's great about it, because the colours are so soft and muted, you can use them to match, but you can also use them to contrast. And they look really nice because they will stand above. So if you've got a green fabric, maybe contrast it with the plum colour. But look at that price, $46.99. Save yourself £6. So if you love Orifil thread, this is a great bargain to have, because these are the colours you're going to use. It's nice that there's a grey in there as well, because the grey will go across all the colours. Great price. and they are beautiful. Treat yourself to the design roll and the thread as well. Lovely. That didn't go in very well, did it? I'm rubbish at this. Oh, look at that. I'm not going to get a job as a thread packer, am I? There we go. Too much of a rush. Right, I've got another design roll. Sarah Payne's Elephant Festival. Beautiful these are. What I'm going to do first, though, I've just realised, it's $39.99 for the pack of 40, but I've also got the same fabric in a layer cake, and rather than me do the design roll, I'm going to show you the layer cake because the fabrics are the same, and it will be a lot easier to get it together. So the design roll is $39.99. You will get 42, I'm just checking because sometimes, oh no, this one's 40 strips, 2.5 inches by the full width of the fabric. Beautiful. It's the Elephant Festival collection. Really lovely. You've got shades of pinks and turquoises and purple. So if you love a design roll, look at the colours. It's quite nice actually when you look at the side because that's a really good way of seeing that the colours. It's beautiful, isn't it? Right. I'm going to show you the layer cake because the fabrics are the same in it, and it's actually an easier way for you to see them. You should undo the bow first, but I'm not. Right. There we go. So we've got elephants. They're like Indian elephants, pink ones. So some of them, like there's 4 prints of that one. Isn't this lovely? 4 of that. In fact, I think there's 4 of all of them. Beautiful florals. Oh, I like this one with the elephants parading. It's very lovely, isn't it? I like the colours. So you've got beautiful shades of purples and greens. And then we've got a pink. That's lovely, isn't it? I like the purple one because this is kind of like your sort of Indian mandala design. Well, it's called Festival, isn't it? It's that whole festival vibe of pinks and purples and turquoises. Love those. That's really nice. Remember, all of these fabrics are in the design roll. So if you love this, you could make a very simple quilt with all of these layer cakes and then get the design roll. You can use this as sashing and borders to go around it and the binding as well. That's why a layer cake design roll is very good, because it's the right width for sashing. So you could join all of these together. Oh, look at it in the turquoise. I mean, it's gorgeous. Look at those together. I mean, this is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It really has got that festival. I tell you what would be really good for is bunting. If you could cut triangles from this, put it right sides together with a plain fabric to save, and make meters of festival bunting. That's a nice one, isn't it? It's lovely because this is quite a contrast to the others, but it's got all of the same colours in. I quite like the fact with this one, you've got like 4 of each of the prints, so you can really use them. And then finally, you've got this print. Again, it's using that kind of the Indian Mandala Festival sort of vibe. What a beautiful layer cake. It's only $39.99. You are getting 40 10-inch squares, which is a lot. If you lay all of that out, that's a big quantity if you want to put it all together. If you're wanting to make a whole quilt, I would consider getting the design roll as well. So there's the design roll. Festival collection. Lovely colours, aren't they? I love these purples and turquoises. Really vibrant with that pink, and the elephants on them are lovely. This would make just lovely. I would do a scrappy binding with that. Cut each of the design rolls into 4 pieces, so you've got 4 10 inches, and then join them all together alternately, and you'll have a lovely sort of patch scrappy binding. There we go. Right, which will I do next? Oh, this one, the Denim and Daisies. This is a really nice Aurifil collection. Not only is it really nice, we've also got a special price on it. So in this one, what does it say on it? Denim and Daisies and a pair of jeans that fits just right. Yeah, that is like kind of perfect, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, while I rip the box. Look, I'll have to keep this one. Save a £5. Oh, right. These are great, aren't they? Honestly, this is brilliant if you ever do jean mending or jean hemming, because you've got all of the denim colours, the 3 shades of denim. You've got those lovely, you know, the pumpkin-y, orangey shades you have when you hem denim, and then you've got a cream as well. It's to go with this fabric collection, which we featured before, but this is £5 off. So it's £29.99. The spools are all 16 metres, so they're half the size of those bigger ones. And you're getting 7 of them. So these are the small spools. I like these. I would keep these for mending jeans because, I don't know, people have always seemed to have holes in their jeans. And you like put some Bondaweb or a lining fabric underneath or another piece of denim, and then I do zigzags across it. But these are great, and these are perfect for hemming. But if you love this kind of denim pumpkin vibe, $29.99. Now, I've only got 20 of these boxes left. We're 19 now. Who's having technical issues? Oh, Gina. Gina says, I bought my first Aurifil recently, but it keeps coming off my spindle. Are you supposed to take off the big orange ring? No. You mean this bit? No. I would say if it keeps coming off, you just need to push have you not got your thread spool end on? Because on the sewing machine, that little plastic end that goes on, that should hold your spool in. What I do with my, the Aurifil is quite bouncy, so I find it flows off quite nicely, because depending on the thread I use, depends on how tight I put my spool end on. It's a little bit of plastic. I wonder if there's one on here. Yeah. Your sewing machine will come with different ones. There's a small one, and you also get bigger ones as well. So depending on my thread, this is quite bouncy, so I put this on quite tightly into the spool. If I've got a tighter thread, some of the polyester threads are a bit tighter, I loosen it off, because if the thread isn't coming off the spool nice and evenly, it sometimes keeps breaking. But if it's coming off, then I think you just need to push your thread spool end. Let me know, because I've never had that problem. The problem I've had is it is too tight, so I loosen the thread spool a bit. But your machine should come with small ones, which are perfect for these, but you should also have bigger ones, which are better for the larger spools. But let me know. I'll put that back before we lose it. Right, now we've bought all these threads, which we always do, don't we? We need someone to store them. I'll sort those out later, since I've ripped the box. Here. Sorry, Dan. These are great. Brilliant brand, Millwood. Love Millwood. Thread spool organiser. This is great because you can get all of your threads in there. Should we open it up? Scissors. You've ever tried doing this without scissors? Right, this is a great price. 27, because 27 thread spools you can get here, and they stack. Ooh. And £4.99 is a great price, but I think we might have a little discount. I'm going to show you how they work. How much? £2.99. So I'm not going to, the Aurifil ones will fit on, but because they've got the plastic on them already, I'm not going to take the plastic packaging off because I've already ruined the box. But if I'll put some others on. These are great because you can get absolutely loads in them. If you want to sort your threads, if like me, you've got threads all over, I mean, I've got thread spool organisers, but I seem to have threads all over the place. If you put them in these spool organisers, they stack. Even if the thread's coming off, you're only going to get them a bit tangled in here. If you've got, because I've got a big wooden one that goes on a shelf, but I've got so much thread, I've got it in bogs, in little fabric boxes as well, and it all gets tangled up. But if you organise your threads like this, and maybe you put like your Guttum in one, your metal in another, your Aurifil, or you put all your blues together, or your neutrals, whatever, this is a great way to organise all of your thread. It's $2.99 and you can get 27 spools on there. I would say to you, multi-buy these. When you get them home, you can spend a lovely couple of hours going through all of your thread boxes, winding them all back on, and then putting them all in here. And you can see them. That's the best thing. If you're going off to a workshop and you want to take some thread with you, easy to transport it. But mainly, I would have them stacked on my shelves, and you can easily see what thread you've got, and it stops it getting all tangled up, because sometimes some of my thread that isn't sorted, I get it out and I lose so much thread because the whole thing's tangled. I can't find the one I want. But these are great, and at £2.99, that is a fantastic price. Worth multi-buying. Remember, you can get 27 spools in there. Yeah, I think I probably need about 3 of them. Loads of you are checking out on these now. I'm not surprised at that price. And you're checking out and multi-buying. I think I probably need 3 of those. Worth getting one more than you need, because it's really nice, isn't it, when you've got them. I reorganised all my stranded cotton a couple of years ago, and having all of those, I bought all the boxes to organise it. Oh, such a pleasure. Right, let's have a look at this thread. Now, obviously, different threads, different things. This is a much more economical thread. It's so easy, quilting thread. I don't know why it's called quilting thread. You can use it for any sort of sewing. It's 100% cotton, ideal for patchwork. It's a size 50, so you're getting a lot of thread for your money here. You know, your Aurifil thread, you might be saving that for special effects, or you might be saving it for your special heirloom quilt. You know, I'll get the last one out. I have different threads for different occasions and different things. This is obviously great, because it's all cotton. It's all 100% cotton. Great, though, if you want, you know, to do lots of tacking. Honestly, I think there are different threads for different needs, different people, different occasions. Also, different sewing machines. Some people find that the Aurifil, they say their machine doesn't like it. The problem probably is it doesn't like it in the bobbin, and in which case, put a polyester thread in the bobbin. But $14.99 for that. Oh, was another message. Hi Bex, I put my Aurifil thread upright on machine, never had a problem that way, but did when it was put on flat. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I've got the, actually I've got far too many sewing machines. I've got that Elna 720, which is upright and it's fine, but my Dukey, because clearly I needed another machine, the thread is horizontal and it works absolutely fine, but I know that I have to put my spool end on quite tight. I do know that, because it's a bouncy thread. Whereas if you're using a polyester, I have to loosen it off a bit, otherwise it keeps getting caught and breaking in the needles. So it does actually, the Aurifil's fine on mine, but I do have to put the thread spool end on tight. You just have to try. But that's a good comment, Avril, actually, because a lot of sewing machines, you can change the thread spool from horizontal to vertical, so you could choose what you did. Oh, what was Gina's message about? Oh, brilliant. My machine is a Janome. Yes, I am using the big spool holder, and the thread has come off several times. We'll try wedging it on more. Convoy, though, to inform. Well, Gina, maybe try the thread spool end, because the small one, it might be that the small one will fit inside the spool end. I can't remember. So try the small one as well, because it should be okay. Or use Avril's tip of going vertical, if you can, because quite often the spool pins you can change, or they have doubles, because sometimes if you've got, some machines will take 2 spools if you're using a twin needle. So have a go, but try wedging it on. Anyway, look, this is great. This is very cost effective, $14.99. That's £1.49 a spool, 500 metres. So this is a great economy thread. It's 100% cotton. I mean, it says it's for quilters. A lot of people who quilt and patchwork and use cotton fabrics like to use a cotton thread. I'm not that fussy, really. I use sometimes polyester, sometimes cotton. Depends what I've got, really. Or whether the colour's right. That's a nice colour. Anyway, you've got all the colours. You've got black, navy, grey, red, pink, green, yellow, and beiges and whites. There we are. Something for everybody. I'm never going to get these back in. Yeah, where's Dad? He's going to really frown at me today. I've ripped a box. I can't get all the thread back in. I'll have to apologise to him. Right. Oh, let's do rotary cutter blades, because I saw these earlier and these are a great price. So, put your hand up if you never get round to changing your rotary cutter blade. I always have a pack of spare ones, at least 10. And for the last 2 days, I've been cutting my fabric and having to trim off the threads with scissors because they're not cutting, because I can't be bothered to take the 30 seconds it takes to change the blade, which is really annoying, isn't it? But Don't follow me. Actually, now I do have blades, I need to do it. There is nothing more frustrating than using your rotary cutter and it not cutting off every thread because there's a little nick in the blade, usually done because you've cut the edge of your ruler or you've gone over a pin or something, or they just blunt with age. So when you find rotary cutter blades at a good price, get them. These will fit your 45mm rotary cutter, which is your standard basic size. This is this size. There are smaller sizes, 18mm, bigger ones at 60. This is your standard size, the 45. Yours probably will look like this, unless you've got the smaller and the bigger and more specialist ones. Luckily, amazingly, unlike many phone companies, these will fit every 45mm cutter. It's just a genius, isn't it? Thank goodness for that. Why doesn't everyone else follow suit? Although I've heard that they're supposed to be. These come out at £2 a blade. They come in a little plastic box. Please be very careful and don't cut yourself. A little plastic box. And what I like, they're always oiled between them. So what I do is I take one out and then once you've had a few boxes, then you can use the box to put the old ones in. So they're like £2 a blade. Be careful, don't do what I did. I put two, because they're oiled, so they do cling together. Make sure you've only got one. I put two in my rotary cutter. And honestly, for a day, I wondered what was going on. Every time I cut the fabric, there was all these loose threads, because I was actually cutting with two blades. So there was obviously that. I was like, what is going on? There was, try it. You get loads of loose threads, because obviously there was a slight gap between the two blades. So do make sure you only put in one. My top tip for replacing a blade is, when you take your rotary cutter apart, just take it apart and put everything down in the order you took it off. So if you take one, say like the top screw off, put that down, whatever comes off next, and put it in order the same way up. Because if you take it all off, because you've got bits on one side, a bit on the other, you never remember. I mean, if you've got two rotary cutters, you can. But do take it apart in the same order. Be careful, they're very sharp. But honestly, it really is worth it. And when you see them at this price, they're £2 a blade, it's worth having, because it means that you will change them. You will get a better, neater cut, because the problem is when you get those little threads that are between the fabric, you pull them apart, and sometimes it can pull a thread across the fabric, and then you get almost like a little gap. So it's worth getting. £19.99. I do always have them, and when I get down to like the last two, I get another packet, because it makes a massive difference. Well, you know, don't you? You know when you put a new blade in, it's like cutting through butter. Imagine cutting through butter with a rotary cutter, but you know what I mean. We've also got, talking about rotary blades, this is cool, and I've actually used these. These are cool. It's a rotary cutter blade set, but they do things. They do patterns. So you've got one pinking blade, one skip blade, where you just get little bits in it, and one wave blade. And they are quite cool, actually. I tried to do you can cut the edge with the pinking blade. You can cut the edge of your fabric to pink it, but it's quite nice if you want a bit of a decorative edging. Sometimes people use these when they're sort of doing like crazy patchwork or a plique where they want a nice edge on it. They'll fit in your normal 45mm rotary cutter, absolutely normal, but they'll give you these different looks. And it says, actually, it's got all different ones, the skip wave, the pinking, and the straight one. It's quite interesting to try. And it does give quite a nice edge to them. They work in exactly the same way as your normal rotary cutter, but because of the way that the blades are cut, then you will get that edge to it. So worth having a go. If you know like when you get your layer cake and it always has its pinked edge, use one of these and you'll get that sort of edge. Worth it. I mean, it's only £9.99. Worth it for a little go. Like these, I told you I had a nice shop today. I'll have to move all my stuff. Now, one of my favourite things since who told me about it? I think it was Susie Duncan. The magic seam wand. I love the magic seam wand. A bit like the clapper. It's the simplest thing, but oh, is it effective. I'm trying to open it without ripping the packaging, which is almost impossible. It's a brilliant thing. It's just made from beech wood. Nothing mechanical, nothing that will get broken. It's just a piece of wood, but it is brilliant, because if you want to press a seam, but maybe you don't want to use your iron. Maybe you're doing, you know, when you do quilt as you go and you need to press seams and you don't want to use your iron because you don't want to press it on the wadding. If you put this, because if you press it on the wadding, sometimes the marks are removed, or you're using PU where you don't want to press, or you're just in a hurry. If you put this part on your iron, just to warm it up a little bit, because it's beech, it absorbs the heat and it holds it. You then press that along your seam and it presses it open. It's like amazing. A lot of people use them for FPP because they need to press the seam over and then sew on the next piece. You can get those little rollers for FPP, but these are honestly better because it's nice with the beech because it's got a nice little sharp edge, but also you can rub it along the seam and it works so well. It's brilliant. It's only £16.99 and honestly, I absolutely love them. I use mine all the time now. Also, sometimes, you know, when you're pressing quite a small seam open and you just can't get your iron in there, so you can open it up with your fingers or maybe it's going around a curve or something. This is absolutely brilliant because you can get it right in and it's got a much sharper point, not sharp to feel, but you know what I mean, a sharp point than your iron will have. But have a go at heating up. You just like, put it on your iron, count to 5, count to 10, and the beech wood. This is why the clapper is beech. It absorbs the heat and holds it, which is fab. And that's why the clapper works, because it absorbs the heat and takes it off the fabric. Whereas if you hold the heat and then put it onto the fabric, it's brilliant. The magic seam wand. I absolutely love that one. What shall we do next? Let's do some fabric. I've got a nether layer cake. That's nice, isn't it? Have you got that one? Philip Jacobs. I'm going to do this one really carefully. So Philip Jacobs is one of the designer that works with Kay Facet. Philip does the designs for him. He then recolours them and puts them in with his collection. So quite often you'll see a cave collection that's got some cave designs, some Philip and some Brandon, who does more the geometric design. Cave takes all of those designs and recolours them. But Philip Jacobs, he's the floral man. He does all the beautiful florals, but he also does his own collections of just his own fabrics as well. So you will recognise the style from the Cave collections, but this is Philip's own work in his own colours. And I love his style. I think it's bold, it's beautiful, it's got a real upholstery colour palette feel to it. You know, where you've just got like the blocks of colour. But I love the way he uses colour and the patterns. I mean, and things like, look at those fox gloves. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a beautiful collection. It's bold, it's bright. You've got those blues and oranges and reds. I love the background on that one. It's only $32.99, but you're getting 20. So often in a layer cake, you'll get 40 or 42. This is like half a layer cake. So 10-inch squares. So it's $32.99 and you get 20 of them. I think you get 2 of each print. How lovely are these? I mean, this is like your summer beach bag, isn't it? This is your picnic quilt. It's a beautiful vibe to it, isn't it? This is your picnic quilt. Or put 4 of them together, big squishy cushions for your outdoor furniture. Like that would be nice. I'd put that one and that one with, oh, maybe some ladybirds, because they're nice, aren't they? And that one. See how nice would that be? Yeah, I'm not sure that one goes. That one needs to be with that one. This one. There we go. That's better. Just play with them. And then you can have, but they would look lovely, wouldn't they? And so simple, just seam them together, make them into cushions. You've got 20 there. So you can either have 5 cushions in just the fronts, because then you, and use plain fabric for the back. Or you can have them on the front and the back and you'll have 2.5 cushions. They're fab, aren't they? Only $32.99 is not bad. If you made 5 cushions, in designer fabric Philip Jacobs for $32.99. That's actually really good value. They do make also really nice little makeup bags or coin purses, because 1 square is enough for that. Little purse. If you think about it, let me just put that there. Little purse. You could put a zip across the top. You could box the corners. Little makeup bag. And then you can even use them one. I'd have bugs in the lining, wouldn't you? That's really sweet. You could make from 1 2 coin purses. I think particularly if you look at these pre-cuts, if you use the designer fabric, particularly if you're making to sell or you're making for charity, it's the sort of thing that really stands out. But if you love the prints, when you get them home, you'll think of something. And I'm thinking these would look amazing just because they're bright and bold on my outdoor furniture. Cushions, or in the conservatory, they'd be nice, wouldn't they? And if you love these, get more than 1 pack, and then you can make a big quilt as well. But pick out fabrics from your collection, your own stash, maybe plain ones that match with the fabrics, and then you can make them go even further. I mean, a navy would go with all of these, or a black, or a cream, but, you know, or pick out the sort of the plummy colour. They are very nice. Right, where are we? Let's do foundation paper, because we were talking about FPP. I have to say I do invest in this now because I love FPP. Didn't used to, but I do now. And been on TV, on air a lot with it, with different designers. And I used to print out my FPP on just cheap photocopier paper, which is fine. It's honestly absolutely fine. And most people do it. But then I tried some of this, and it does make a difference. So you can run it through your printer, you can trace on top it, which is brilliant, because it's lighter weight, so it's easier to tear away. It doesn't have any sheen to it, absorbs the ink, so it's really easy to see, and it's much thinner. When you're doing FPP and you're sewing through it, it's thinner than the paper is as well. It's really absorbent, you'll notice, because it's, I don't know, the makeup of it. So ink doesn't transfer. Sometimes with some photocopy paper it can. It's also got no sheen whatsoever, so the fabric doesn't slide. There is one problem when you use normal printer paper, is it does have a slight sheen to it, doesn't it? I mean, it's not shiny, but a slight sheen, and the fabric will slip on it. But for me, I like it because it tears away a lot easier because it's really lightweight. I run it through my photocopier. So, you know, quite often if you're doing an FPP, you might have a pattern that you've downloaded, or you might have photocopied the FPP templates, and then I just print them all off. And it is worth it. I made a massive quilt, half made a massive FPP quilt, which I feel like I took on a bit more than I could chew, to be honest. However, one day I will finish it. And I have used all of this. When you're doing something where you're doing a lot of FPP, oh, it's so worth it. I mean, I know obviously it is more expensive than using printer paper, but if you do FPP, have a go, get yourself a pack of it. Or if you're new to it, it is FPP paper. Have you lost my microphone? Oh, okay. I keep losing my ears today. Anyway, have a go at it. Honestly, I can personally tell you it's brilliant. It is made specifically for FPP, nothing else, and it is great stuff like that. Oh, what else have I got? Oh, let's do some bobbins, because these are nice. What I love about these is I really hate winding bobbins up, don't you? I don't know why. Just because I'm in the middle of sewing and it really annoys me when I've got to wind them up. This is really useful because it comes with all of these pre-wound bobbins, and they're all, I mean, it's great. So you've got 30 bobbins pre-wound with all of these coloured threads, which is fab because they're going to match something you've got, aren't they? And they all come in a little tray, and then when they're empty, you can fill them up from your other thread and you can put them back in the little tray. I think $8.99 for the bobbin ring on its own. I mean, you normally pay that for the bobbin ring on its own. The fact that it comes with pre-wound is brilliant. And did you know, I've tried this, because someone told me, I can't remember who, that you can actually use your bobbin thread as your main thread as well. So on your thread spool, if you've only got, you know, you've got a little left on the bobbin, you can put that on your thread spool and run it through, and you can use it for that as well. Just if you ever need to. You know, when you've got just the right colour on the bobbin, but you haven't got any left on there, well, you can use them for that as well. But they're great because they just fit in there, a nice ring. Even if you drop them, they don't all fall off. And you've got all of those pre-wound threads. They're quite nice colours as well, aren't they? Only £8.99 for that. Oh, we haven't got many of those left, though. Single figures on that one. So we put that one in because we just had a few of that one left. So 30 bobbins, just £8.99 for that one. We've done quite a few FPP things this morning, so let's do the add a quarter ruler. Another item. Actually, most of these I do own. There's two. This is the most economical way. So we sell the two rulers individually, but we also sell them as a pair, and this is the most economical way. These are great for FPP, but they're also good for any sewing where you want to add a quarter of an inch. So if I take them both out, if you look at them, there's a lip. You see how that bit is slightly raised, just the tiddliest bit, and that's a quarter of an inch. So when you are trimming your fabric, particularly when you're doing FPP, if you want to trim it to a quarter of an inch outside, so say you've got your fabric and you'll have your paper because you folded it over, that is exactly quarter of an inch. So that lips up again. I mean, obviously, this isn't realistic because I haven't got my FPP in, but you'd fold the paper over, and rather than getting your ruler and measuring and having to line it all up and make sure it's exactly quarter of an inch, you can just put this on, and the lip stops, and then you can cut it quarter of an inch. When you then come to fold your FPP paper, the other end is much sharper. So with the paper, you can easily, pretend that's paper, you fold it around there to make the little crease, because then you open it up and that's what you sew along, and it's that crease. So these are brilliant. As with all rulers, use the smallest one that you can for the job because it's more manageable, but quite often you will have bigger pieces, and don't use one that's too small. So having the double pack is really useful. You can use rotary cutters with these, not on this side, I know, because I've got a great chip out of mine because I tried that, and then I read the instructions. So don't cut along this side, but you can cut them along here. So if you want to cut fabric, or you've got something where your ruler isn't big enough and you need to add a little bit to it, so maybe you're cutting, you've got the line, but you want a quarter of an inch extra, you could line that up. Say you were fussy cutting, for example. I don't know, I'm using this one. You could line that up and go, right, that's exactly where I want it. I want that to be in a 1 inch square, but I need to cut it quarter of an inch bigger. Put your add a quarter on and cut it. Because the best thing for fussy cutting is something clear. So if you haven't got template plastic where you can cut it big enough, use this and then use your add a quarter ruler to cut it quarter of an inch bigger. I've done that quite often as well. It's a really good way of fussy cutting and then adding a seam allowance. They're just really useful. It's one of those things that I think actually if I asked all of you who've got them, what do you use yours for? I bet you've all found odd things like the fussy cutting thing, but they are really good. Anyway, you get the two sizes. You get a 6, they're both 2 inches wide. You get the 6 inch and the 12 inch. So it's a much more economical way of doing it, and it's actually quite good having both of them because it means you can do, I used to use mine for drawing lines actually. So if I'm drawing like a diagonal line to do a half square triangle, particularly if I'm doing like 8 HSTs at a time, this is a nice long length and it's quite good for drawing lines against, whereas these templates I will use, but they're a bit thicker. This one's quite good, but don't rotary cut on that side because it's not designed for that. Cut on the other side and it is designed for that. Oh, let's do the dome threaded needle case. Is that okay? This is quite cool. It's Clover. Clover always design really cool things that you actually need. It is for putting pre-threaded needles in. So you thread your needles and then you have to open it up. You move the little spin round to the gap and then you can put your needles in. So what you do is you put your needle that's threaded in here and then you wind it round and then that winds the thread round. When you then put, and then when you want to get to that, so you say you want to get to that needle, you just pull it out and the thread, so you can have, I think it's 10 needles all threaded, but they wind round so they don't get caught up. So this is brilliant to keep in your work case. Maybe you're doing hand sewing, maybe you're doing embroidery, and you might be using stranded cotton, you want needles of different things. Maybe you're doing EPP, and you know, you like to thread your needles in good light. I know a lot of people who have problems with threading needles. They either wait till daylight to thread them or they get someone else to do it. You can then put them all in there and you just wind it round, all the thread stays in and it doesn't get tangled up. It's only £9.99. Honestly, it's brilliant. If you're going away, maybe you want to have all your needles threaded, you keep them in here because they're quite safe in there, but it instantly stores them away. So it's really good if you're doing something like cross stitch and maybe you've got 4 or 5 different colours and you want to put there. It explains exactly how to do it. Basically, you thread your needle, you put it in, you turn it round and it will store them. Up to 10 threaded needles, and amazingly, and I don't know how it works inside, the thread doesn't get tangled up between each other. It's just a really nifty little gadget for just under a tenner that you can have all those needles threaded. I tell you what it's really good for is if you teach classes, schools, and you know the kids can never thread their needles, you could get them all threaded in advance, take that in, that'd be sorted, and then 2 minutes later you could rethread them all again. If you've ever taught sewing in schools, you'll know what I mean, because they go, "Miss, can you thread my pin?" I said, "Do you mean thread your needle?" "You thread my pin." But it's quite good for that. I think it's really useful, you know. And also, if you're doing something like you're binding a quilt and you're hand sewing, you don't want to keep rethreading all the time. Get all your needles threaded and you can just keep going. It's quite a nice little thing, really. Wadding. We were going to do some wadding because I've got 2 sorts of wadding. Let's do this with the Thermolam ULZW76, which I think is the Thermolam. Indeed, it is 78. This is Thermolam. Now, this is insulated wadding. So there are various different sorts of insulated wadding. You might have heard of Insul Bright, and that's the wadding that has mylar, the silver mylar strips throughout it that insulates. This is Thermolam, and it does the same thing. It's insulated because it's actually compressed. It looks a lot like felt, but it's compressed. So it's brilliant for keeping the cold in or the heat in or the other way around. So it's really good for wine coolers, lunch bags, placemats. If you're doing something like a pot, a placemat to put dishes on, put several layers. But actually, it's really nice to quilt through. So even if you're not using it for insulation purposes, it's quite a compressed, it's flexible, it's not really solid, but it's quite a nice compressed thing. So if you want a sort of a felt-like appearance, maybe because it's thin, so if you don't want your wadding too thick, but you want it to have structure, it's brilliant. It's 1 metre by 90 centimetres, a good size piece, only £5.99. So if you're doing anything with a bit of insulation, whether you're doing, you might be making oven gloves, wine cooler, lunch box, lunch bag, drinks holder, placemats. Maybe you're making a table runner. It's great for that. Obviously, the more heat that you think will be going onto it, the more layers. But it's less bouncy than the Insul Bright, which is a bit thicker. And it's just a really nice fleece to use because it is very compressed. So it does the same thing, but it's thinner. But I've used it in bags, not because I want the insulation, but where I don't want a thick wadding, because you can see it's very thin. I just want a little bit of structure. It's really nice to quilt through as well. The needle goes through it because it's compressed, it goes through really easily. And it's only £5.99. So it's the sort of thing that's worth having, but just label it because it doesn't look much different. When you get yours, just write on it Thermolam, because it does get confusing if you have lots of different waddings. You might have a bag of H640 and you have to take it out and you go, oh yeah, different one. But it's definitely worth getting, and it does work really well for anything that you want to add insulation to, whether it's for cold or hot. So that's the Thermolam, and then an MZW61, our old favourite. Don't we just love this? H640. Now, this is our most economical way of buying H640 because they're always 90 centimetres wide, but yes, you can put Thermolam in the microwave. Yes. Someone messaged in. Yes, you can, because it doesn't have the mylar strips in, so you can put it in the microwave. But do not put Insul Bright in, because otherwise your microwave goes spits, you know. I know that because I've tried it. Probably why my microwave's not great. This is our H640. So this is a fusible, it's called fusible fleece, just the same as a wadding really, which means it's got glue on one side and it's not on the other. You can press it onto the wrong side of fabric and quilt it. It's brilliant for small things like cushions and bags. You could use it for quilts, but obviously you'd have to join it if it was a big quilt. It's 90 centimetres wide, and this is a metre cut piece. It's £9.99. If you buy it by the half metre, it's £5.99. So this is a much more economical way of buying it. Do take note, I have realised recently that if you actually follow the manufacturer's instructions, it works a lot better. It actually tells you on the selvage that to press it for 15 seconds using a damp cloth. I used to press it for about 5 with no damp cloth and wondered why it always peeled off. So what you need to do is you place it glue side down onto the wrong side of your fabric. Then you get yourself a tea towel and run it under the tap and wring it out so that it's nice and damp but not wet, and you put it on top and put your iron on and count to 15 and then move it. Do use the damp cloth, it will melt, and it does stick, because honestly I never read the instructions, and so I'd be pressing it into place and then the edges would peel up, I'd have bubbles and stuff, and then I realised I was testing some H640 as well as Vlizoline Styleville and Decaville, and I thought, you know, I'm actually going to read the instructions, and it works if you do that. But this is brilliant. It's always worth having. We use it for all sorts, don't we? Okay. Sorry, I was just listening to Chris. We've had a few messages about the bobbins and the sizes. I'm going to find out, and I'll let you know in the next hour, okay? So anyone who's messaged us about the bobbins, I will find out the answer to that question. It's great for, even if you're just doing a little cosmetic bag, you know, maybe you're making your little cosmetic bag, press it on, quilt it. It doesn't add great thickness, but it makes it a lot better. If you keep hearing people talk about H640 and think, what is it? Get yourself a piece. This is the most cost-effective way to do it. If you use it all the time, then, you know, use our saving to do it, because it is brilliant. I've always got a metre of it around for something or other. Placemats, cushions, bags. Even if you just put it into the base of a bag. But if you've got it, you tend to use it. But follow the instructions. Honestly, I cannot tell you how many years I've not been doing it properly for. I thought it was about 5 seconds, but 15 with the damp cloth works much better. Right, gosh, where's the time go? We're going to go for a quick break, and I will be back with you in a few minutes with the lovely Kathleen, who's got another new quilt, equally as gorgeous as the last one, equally more tips. We're going to be talking about all the piecing, fussy cutting fabric, as well as quilting. I'll find out about the bobbins, and I'll get back to you after the break.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside. So your ironing looks really crisp.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and Kathleen's back. Back for another quilt.
Back for another quilt.
Hooray, brilliant.
Never have too many.
I love this one.
It's fun, isn't it?
This is gorgeous. I'm trying to think what kind of vibe it's. Again, it's a bit retro.
It is a bit retro. There is a bit of a retro theme.
There
I think.
is,
It's
isn't
quite
there?
70s.
It is. That's it. It is 70s. It
a
reminds
bit-
me of that. Do you remember that china that was brown?
Yeah,
And had orange flowers
exactly.
on
And
it.
a bit like that kind of wallpaper, that orange and brown wallpaper everyone had in the 70s
But
as well.
you've kind of zhuzhed it up.
We've zhuzhed it a little bit.
Zhuzhed it.
Yeah,
One of my favourite words.
Exactly, with this amazing teal colour, which I love. When I first designed this quilt, I had it the other way around, so I had like a white background with the teal here.
Right.
And you sometimes you have those moments where you think, I wonder what it would look
Like
like if
the
I
other way
flipped it,
round.
and then suddenly
It is lovely.
came to
And but
life.
again, it's not difficult, is it?
No, it really isn't. So, believe it or not, everything you need to make this quilt, you're going to cut out as a square or a rectangle.
Right. No triangles were harmed in the making of this quilt.
They were not. No quilters were either, because triangles can do your head in. But we're going to do it in a really simple way using the stitch and flip method. So that's the idea. I'll demo that for everybody. If you're not familiar with it, if you've not done it before, it's just a really easy way of making a quick triangle.
Quick line. It's really lovely, isn't it? Now, with this quilt, so a bit like with the last one, this is your fabric.
Yeah, well, yeah, so we've matched...
But we've matched it.
And we've gone up one. We've taken it up a notch with some Tula Pink, which we're going to be using.
Yeah, so tell me about them, because I've got the quilt kit here. Yeah. So this Tula Pink, do you want to come over?
Yeah.
I don't want to mess up your cutting
that's
and
right,
stuff.
that's a good point.
So this is the kit using the Tula.
Yeah.
Now, this is a new collection.
Yes, it is. And this is why we thought, actually, it works really well with the Copperleaf Quilt, which is what we're about to demo, because the colours, that kind of retro, slightly wild vibe really goes with these fabrics. And also, actually, it's a pretty good match anyway for the fabrics I originally used. But these are, I think I'm right in saying this is Tula Pink's 50th fabric collection.
Amazing.
I know, and we were saying earlier that we recognise.
Well, I definitely recognise that rabbit,
animals.
but
Yeah.
I recognise this rabbit from a long time ago, though.
So apparently, I was looking this up in between the quilts, and some of the motifs in here she has reused from her very first collection.
Right.
So
And
the
I
idea
recognise,
is-
and this one.
Yeah,
I must have
think-
some of her really old
it's-
fabric.
Exactly. So I think it's like an updated kind of, I mean, it's still very Tula Pink. It's very colourful.
I really like the fish.
I love the fish. Yeah, the fish
The
are
leaping,
really
it's like a
nice.
leaping salmon, isn't it?
Yeah. So they're just kind of, I think, we were saying that kind of retro vibe. I think they just really work with that. The colours.
Eyes on it.
It has. It's got little. I was cutting them out yesterday. It felt like someone was watching
Well,
me.
I was thinking, first of all, that's why I just put my glass on. I thought, is there like an animal? But
I can't remember. What's
think
this
there's
one
eyes
called?
in the
There
trees.
are, and it's called. Oh, it hasn't got the other bit of selvage on it. I can't remember. It's got a name, a funny, like a quite comical name that refers to the eyes. I
Okay.
can't remember what it is.
So this is part of Tula's brand new collection for 50th anniversary. But if, like me, you've got a lot of Tula, you'll recognise some of these,
Yeah.
but she's just recoloured them. But you've used this same, what's the name of this colour? Is it Baltic? DFLJO2. There's a metre and a half.
Yeah, I can't
of
remember
that.
what it's called, but it's bang on match to
Exactly.
to my sample, and goes really well with that.
So that's all of the background, and then you get the white, which is for the centre of
Yeah.
the leaves. Again, $54.99. Oh, you get instructions, which are quite handy, aren't they?
Oh yeah, you do.
This is a 50-inch square, $54.99. So you're getting 3 metres of fabric and 6 fat quarters as well, which is amazing, isn't it? Amazing. So full instructions. You've got all of you've got the diagrams, so you can do your colour planning and
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
Cutting labels, cutting out. You've got all of the diagrams of exactly how, I mean, it's very comprehensive, as you can see. That's that quilt kit.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, isn't it? We've got another one as well, though. So now you've got to choose. You're going to be working with this one.
I'm going to work with Tula today so I can show you some extra bits and pieces about really making the most of those amazing animals in the prints. We're going to do a bit of fussy cutting and that kind of thing.
Fussy cutting.
Oh, okay, yeah, so I'll deliver, don't worry.
Right, let's have a look at the next one. Now, the other one is much, this is your more sort of calmer, sedate.
Yeah, if the wild, crazy imagination of Tula Pink is not for you,
then go for this one. But these are lovely. So these are from the Macawa linen texture range.
Yeah, they're lovely.
Look at the colours. It's a little bit autumnal, this one, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but they're beautiful. You've just got that little bit of texture which just lifts it a little bit.
Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to think. Some of it shows it quite well on this pink.
Yeah, it does. It's really clever.
There we go.
Yeah.
How lovely is that?
It's really nice.
So it's that linen texture look, but it will obviously the quilt will look the same, but it's just a gentler feel.
Yeah.
And I don't know, a bit more vintage, I guess. I like the colours though.
I think it's still, actually, I mean, it was a bit unintentional, but it's worked out really nicely that there's still a kind of retro, it's quite, you know what I mean?
Yes, it's definitely got that retro feel, but it's just gentler.
Yeah, exactly, it's lovely.
Then you've got, I love it, we've got the Macawa in this one as well. That's gorgeous. I've used this fabric quite often as a sashing fabric for quilts when you don't want to use a plain.
Yeah,
because it's just got a bit of a
it just
texture.
The solids can be quite flat, can't they, sometimes? And so just having that little bit of something, a little bit more interest, I think it does soften things. So if you want that kind of look, it's a great
I think they
choice.
look lovely against
They're
that.
Beautiful.
And then the dark red is what's used for the centre of the leaves.
Yeah, exactly. So
that is a really, really nice collection of fabrics. $49.99 for that one because they're plain ones, not designer ones. A little less than the other ones, so if you want something a bit more affordable. I'm just laying them out so you can actually see what it looks like. There we go.
That's so nice.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
And full instructions, obviously, as well, will come with that so that you can create the quilt. I love that colour palette. It's beautiful,
It's really
isn't it?
pretty.
Now, if you want the instructions on their own, because you want to use your own fabric, we'll talk throughout the show about choosing fabrics and how you decide what on earth you're going to have. These are the instructions on their own, $9.99. I've shown you, obviously everything you need. You don't need to have the kit to have them because all the measurements. This is the physical copy that will be put in an envelope and posted to you. If you want to get going straight away, download them, print them at home, or just read them off your tablet, or just print out the pages you need. This is the PDF digital version. That will be emailed straight to you, and you won't be charged P&P for that. Obviously, if you bought anything else today, you will. But if it's the only thing you've bought today, you won't be because these are just emailed straight to you. Right, let's start sewing.
Righty-ho.
I say let's.
Yeah, well, let's. I'm going to do it. Righty-ho. So what I thought we could look at is if you're interested in those Tula fabrics, something that they really lend themselves to is fussy cutting, by which we mean just being fussy about where we take the cut.
Years I wondered what that meant. I never asked.
I know.
Fussy cutting.
Just being fussy.
I never understood what it meant.
Clue is in the name.
Fussy. Yeah.
So I thought this fabric is a really good example of it. So this is one that is in the kit. And what I have just done is to make these blocks, we start out with these rectangular pieces of fabric which form the basis of the block. So I thought it'd be really fun to kind of cut out the little animals that are in the fabric.
Yeah, because it seems a shame not to.
Well, yeah, exactly. And nobody wants a sort of decapitated cat or something. So the only thing
particularly like this.
I know is so cute. So that's really easy to do. Just make sure before you start cutting that you've definitely got enough fabric to take all of the fussy cuts out, because fussy cutting just potentially uses up a little bit more fabric depending on how the pattern repeats. So I just wanted to show you what that could look like if you go in for a little bit of
and there was enough.
There was enough, but you've got to be, you need to be just a little, I would plan it out.
Plan it,
is what I'm
yeah,
saying. Plan before you cut, okay? So when you are ready to go, the Copperleaf quilt is a 10-block pattern, and each of these rectangular sections is 1 block, and we've got some sashing in here. We were talking about sashing earlier. We've got some small bits here and then some longer bits in between the rows.
Right.
But our blocks this time are rectangles, and they're going to be placed horizontally this way. So they're not very high, they're wider than they are high. And the starting point, as we just said, is those 4 rectangle pieces that you're going to cut out from the fat quarters in the kit if you're using the kit, and if not, all the fabric requirements are listed in the pattern if you're going to use something else. So what we're going to do is just have a quick look at this stitch and flip method, because what we want to create is these little triangles in the corners of these rectangles, and the inner ones are going to be, in this case, white, and that creates this sort of little motif in the centre of the blocks here. And at the outer edges, we're going to make little triangles that are the same colour as our background fabric, so they sort of blend away and just kind of chop the edges off. Exactly, you don't see them anymore. So we're going to make those corners of the rectangles disappear. And a really easy way to do that is use stitch and flip. So all that means is we are going to add a little square of fabric into the corner and sew it, attach it to the rectangle using a diagonal seam here. So I've already marked that one up. So we'll sew along there, and that means that when we've sewn it and we've trimmed off the excess, we're then going to flip it back to create the triangle in the corner.
Brilliant.
See what I mean?
Yes.
And we're going to do the same thing, so in the inner corners.
So do you always lay them out like this first?
Do you know what I was going to say? Yeah.
So I'm thinking, oh, do you do?
I know, I would, but maybe that's just me getting easily confused, but I quite like when I'm sewing something like this to make sure that I've got it. So I'll get my pattern, follow get all the diagram pieces out, because it's all in there and included. Make sure I lay everything out exactly as it needs to be, because you'll see straight away that we've got, they're different on each rectangle. So in this one, it's in the bottom right-hand corner, in this one, bottom left, and so on.
Yeah.
So exactly as you say, I do like to
also,
lay it out
you
so
might
I can
decide
follow
as
it.
well that, you know, like if you fussy cut the order as well.
Yeah,
you think,
absolutely.
like, where do I want the cat?
Yeah, absolutely. And it just keeps it easy, because for me, if I don't know who this fella is, I think it might be a raccoon or something. If he's upside down, that's going to annoy me.
That would bother me. If I've gone to the effort.
Exactly.
That would really annoy me.
So if you're using fussy cut pieces and it's something that then is kind of directional, then you might just want to lay that out so you can be really clear. So like I say, it's just you'll see the page in the pattern. You just pop it out. Make sure you've got all your pieces sorted out, and then you put everything in the right order. So I'm just going to mark my diagonals on my background squares, and then we're going to start sewing, because each of these rectangles is going to have 1 white square and 1 teal square. Okay? So let me take you through that, and it'll become clearer as we add them. I'll just do one at a time so we can see how it all looks. So again, I'm just making sure that I've got those in the right place, like that. So that's what's going to end up looking like. 1 rectangle piece, 1 white square, 1 teal square with our diagonal lines marked. Now I probably will pin these, because they're little, well, they're not that little, but they're, you know, they can potentially move, and we do want them to stay right in the corner of that rectangle piece underneath. So I'm going to pop a couple of squares in, and then all we're going to do is sew along that diagonal line. You're not doing anything, it's not like making half square triangles where you might sew either side of a marked line. You're just going to sew down the line you've just marked. So let's get that done, and we'll see what that looks like. There we go. So there's one. We can flip it around.
So I guess you're cutting off like opposite corners.
Yeah.
But it's important that you cut off the right opposite corners.
Yes. Exactly.
I think, yeah, for me, I'd need to do this. I'd need to lay it out.
Yeah, I do too, and I designed it. So it just goes to show, and there's no, and also actually it's quite efficient, because then if you've got it laid out beside you, you can literally like pick it up, sew it.
Yeah, but I think
back.
also if you've gone to the effort to fussy cut it, and you've got your order, then you have to get it right.
Yeah, I think so. It might not bother other people. Everyone's got their own, things that really... Oh, so sorry, let me just explain what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do now I've got those sewn on, see I've sewn 2 lines here. I'm then going to trim away the excess. I'm going to trim 1/4 inch away on either side. So we'll do that next, and then we'll open out those seams. What have I just dropped?
Just
pin
a
lid,
pin lid.
luckily not the box of
No,
pins.
it's not a box. It's really annoying when that happens.
I know. And then we're going to need the iron in a minute. I wonder if I might just need to switch that.
Oh, it's all right, I'll switch it. Luckily, this iron heats up so quickly.
It does, doesn't it? So there we go. So that's what we end up with once you've trimmed off the excess. So we've done the stitching, and now we're going to do the flipping. So once we've pressed our seams open, that's what we end up with. So we end up still with a rectangle overall. We've just added these 2 quick little triangles in the corner.
So again, this is really good for someone who's new to get the, to get the whole triangle.
Yeah, and it gives you a really nice introduction to triangles in possibly the easiest form that you can do them in patchwork. I mean, not that the other ways of doing them are particularly difficult, but it just is a different type of technique. So if you're new, this is a nice way in with triangles, I think.
Well, you're also not dealing with the bias edge.
No, I mean,
nasty, stretchy.
Exactly.
Edge.
So generally with patchwork, we don't ever kind of cut out a triangle, because you just end up with a bias cut, really stretchy. It doesn't end up being the same size that you want it to be. I'm going to bang that clapper down on there. Really useful. We were talking about that earlier, but they're just lovely.
If anybody is interested in the Tula, this amazing lifty uppy iron, which I
that is also Tula, isn't it? So
the Tula matching iron, £164.99. It is the best sewing quilting iron ever.
Yeah, they're really popular.
Because you just put your hands on it, and his legs go down. What I love about it, if I'm not sure whether it's on, I just go like that, go, yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
His legs go down.
It's one of those things, I cannot get used to it being, you're just like programmed to always pick the iron up and put it back up, so I really struggle.
Oh, I still do after a while, I do, because I can't leave it down, don't know why.
When I was on last time, I kept lifting it up and John kept putting it back down.
No, I do as well. Well, I think if you'd left it for too long, it's quite close, isn't it?
It's a bit, you start to get that sweaty lamb smell.
The problem is because I have one of these, so I can leave it like that.
Yeah.
I was using a mini iron the other day, and I was like, what is that smell?
Yeah.
And I'd plugged it in, I just left it on my ironing board, and it was on my beautiful wool compressor. Got a very nice shape on it now. But that is
the problem.
It is brilliant because it's got a really sharp point, and it's just amazing. Anyway, if you've seen us using
and it's
that.
gorgeous, which also
and it is
helps,
gorgeous.
It's such a sort of otherwise practical piece of kit, isn't it? Anyway, so there we go. That's our first little corner of our block. So we're going to pop that there, and essentially we're just going to keep doing the same thing until we have got all 4 of those in place. So I better whiz on with that so that we can see how this all comes together, and then I'll show you the rest of the block. So let's do another one here. And we'll perhaps do these in a little production line to quicken them up. So we're doing exactly the same thing each time until we've got all 4 parts of our block. We're just, as we said earlier, being careful about where those little squares position on top of the rectangle to make sure they're in the right place. But the actual sewing, dead easy. Nothing to it. We're just doing nice straight lines, nothing too complicated. And yeah, again, if you want to be specific about which order you want, if you did fussy cut and you wanted to be specific about exactly where they go, you could always do that, be extra fussy about where everything goes. So let's bung a couple of pins in, and we'll get these sewn together. So I'm just trying to be precise so that those squares line up with the edges of the rectangle, so that we get a nice fit and a nice finish. if we can. But this is a pattern that is accessible to a confident beginner, I would say.
Okay.
So if you've done a little bit of cutting out and patchworking before, you should recognise everything that's going on in this pattern and be able to follow it. And hopefully learn some new techniques along the way.
I think it's brilliant. It's a really nice design and it looks way more difficult than it is. And I love that.
Yeah.
It's always good to look clever.
Exactly, yeah.
Shall I press
Impress
this
your
one for you?
friends. I haven't trimmed them off yet, actually. So
okay,
just
sorry.
trim off the excess. But I tell you what, yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we do that?
Oh,
And
listen.
then, well, no, it's fine. Doesn't matter. So it's all got to be done. So may as well do it now.
You were doing all your sewing in one go.
Yeah, it's all right. It's fine. Well, I don't usually have anyone to give me a hand, so it's quite nice.
It'd be nice to have a helper, wouldn't it, to do all the things you don't like to take. Now, I've done it once, so could you do it the other 32 times, please?
I need to train my children.
Because you know you've done something once and you
Yeah.
think, I just
There
don't
we
want to
go.
do it again now.
No, I know, and it is a little bit like that. And actually, that's the nice thing about this stitch and flip method, as opposed to making half square triangles, because you know you get to the point where you've got to trim them all. And
144.
Yeah,
something.
exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
I do find it quite meditative to do a load of them, but I know a lot of people don't, and that's fair.
I do them really fast. I do them like 9 at a time because I can get 9 on my rotating mat.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And they do all the left sides.
Yeah.
And all the,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
just, oh.
Yeah, you get very efficient at your
I
own.
do, actually, I mean, honestly, that's, you know, I always think with sewing and people go, oh, you know, you could do, I can't do that. I go, honestly, it's just repetition.
Yeah,
If
it
you
is.
do the same thing that many times,
Yeah,
you get you even get really good about which way to put the fabric down because it's
Yeah.
quicker to
Yeah.
come in that way than that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you've done it so many times.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I dread to think how many half square triangles I've trimmed in my life. Should probably have been. It would be quite a fun thing to have kept a tally on.
I often think sometimes when you've made a big quilt, is like how many fabric pieces are in it or how many seams, and I think that would be a really interesting one to work
how
out.
many
'Cause sometimes
miles
you
of
think,
stitching if you added it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
But that's why I think, you know, people who don't sew, when they look at somebody who sew, they think, wow, that's amazing.
I know, and you know, we talk about this all the time on my courses, especially beginners courses, because you know, people will come back to class and they'll be like, you know, they've done amazingly, like done their homework, and they come back to class with what I've asked them to do for homework, and they'll be all kind of critical of themselves. Oh, don't look at that bit, don't look at that bit, you know, I've done that, you know, and they're always amazing. And I always say that to them, like, I bet if you go home and ask your partner, your kids, your mum, what they think of what you've just made, they're going to go, oh my God,
yeah, that's amazing.
You're incredible. Like, how did you do that?
Yeah, I know.
You know, and it's.
I know, and people always go, oh, don't look too close. Don't look too close.
Exactly, and I think the whole point is that it's handmade.
Yeah, it's supposed to. That's why I would not enter a quilt competition.
No.
I couldn't face that.
I did once for a bit of a dare
Did you?
to myself. Yeah, I did actually. I entered one of the Festival of Quilts a few years ago. And
That's very brave. Well
I didn't
done.
win anything, but
you entered it.
But I entered it, and do you know what? That's what I really love about that particular show is you are entering a competition, but if you enter, you're in the show. So like your quilt's on display for everybody to see.
Yes,
and
it's not only the winners.
No, exactly, and I just think that's really lovely.
That's quite nice, isn't it? It's just I know some quilt competitions they have quite specific rules, don't they, about how you
they
can
are.
and can't do things. And I think, oh, I don't
absolutely.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I probably wouldn't enter one of them, to be quite honest. It sounds a bit scary. And there are people who like just do a lot of competition.
And you have to do
grade
things in a
quilts.
certain way to be allowed to enter. I think, oh, I couldn't do that.
I think some of them are, yeah. I think some of the especially some of the American ones are a bit more specific.
Oh, are they?
I think
it'd be a bit like
yeah.
Bake Off, wouldn't it? Going, I don't think your points match up.
No,
you know, like, oh, I don't think the
yeah.
rise is quite right.
Yeah, but it's funny. You get the judges' feedback back when you at the end
Yeah.
of the show in this little a little envelope on the back of your quilt, which is
what did it
quite
say?
Funny. Well, there were 3 judges, and it was quite fun. It was quite an abstract design that the one that I put in. And one of them really loved it and was really complimentary about it. One of them was a bit more more very professional, you know, just judging like the piecing. And
Yeah,
the all
okay.
the rest of it.
Rather
And the other
than-
one just didn't get it at all, like as in my design.
Oh, really? What
Yeah,
was
it's
it of
just
then?
She's like, there's no symmetry. And I'm like, yeah, but it's meant to be asymmetrical anyway. It was
Yeah, I
fine.
don't think you can say that because you know, you're not judging it.
No, but yeah.
I don't know.
It
If
wasn't
it's supposed to be symmetrical.
Yeah,
then fine.
exactly. But you know what? I didn't care. They were very polite. No one was
Right.
rude about it or anything. You know, it wasn't like, oh, this is rubbish. They were really nice, and it was such a thrill to like go to the show and go and find your quilt and
Oh,
like, you know,
I
have
can
your
see
mates
that.
like taking a photo.
Yeah.
And, oh, here's me with your quilt in
Still
the
not
show.
convinced
It
I'll
was
do
really
it, but I'm
fun.
with you. I'm just going to recap your quilt.
Go,
We'll
yeah.
move on to the next bit. Right, so the quilt that Kathleen's actually sewing is this lovely Tula pink one. So in your book, oh, it's jade. Oh, I should know these
jade,
jade.
that was it,
There's
yeah,
another one, Baltic, which is
okay.
sort of greenier.
Similar.
You get 1.5 meters of jade, which is the background. You get 1/2 meter, I think. Feels like 1/2 meter.
Yes, I think
Of
that's
white.
right. It'll say in the thing. Right?
For the little, the centres. And then these are all fat quarters of this gorgeous, brand new, 2.5 of jade, 1/2 meter of white, and then these fat quarters of the brand new Tula Pink collection, which is beautiful because it is perfect for fussy cutting as well.
Yeah, it's really fun.
I like the bees one.
Yeah, the bees are really nice, and actually I've cut those out and fussy cut them as well because
Oh, okay, and there was
just
enough?
to have a bee in the middle, yeah. So, oh sorry.
Nearly half the stock of this one is gone. When you fussy cut, do you use like a template or do you just like draw the lines on?
Depends on like what size of shape I need. So for this, for the rectangles that I needed for this pattern, I didn't happen to have a ruler that was exactly that size. So in the end, I just kind of like I cut it out, and then I used one as a template, if you see what I mean. It's easier if you can use like an acrylic ruler or something, because then you can see the pattern underneath. So if you're not using one of those, you're using something else. But even just a bit of like a cereal box or a bit of, you know, it all works. And you just need to think about where you're positioning it. But what you can do if you're not sure is just with a pencil, just very lightly draw around it, take the template away and just check. Before you cut that
the
it's in
ruler
right
that Kathleen
place.
just had, and we've got the smaller 6.5 inch, we've got a special deal on today.
Oh,
both rulers together with money off. Because I've got that one and the 6.5
They're
inch
really
square.
nice, yeah.
They are really nice. We've got a special deal with those today, and there's a
that's
few
good.
left, I think.
Well,
Have a
and you
look.
can, you know, you can never have enough rulers anyway.
We'll have a
so
look at.
that's all.
Well, I've got that one and I've got the 6.5 inch square. I love them. And other than that, a long one. I've only got 3. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I only ever use about 2, but
But I like
anyway.
that one. And you get the instructions as well with this. That's the Tula Pink one. I'll just quickly run through this one and then we can get back to some sewing. Right, so this is the Mikawa linen texture. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's still got that lovely retro vibe with the colours, but it's a linen texture. It's plain, it's a bit more gentle, a bit more sophisticated. You've got it on the lovely natural linen texture background, and then the this wine colour is used for the centre of the leaves. That's gorgeous. And obviously with the instructions as well that will come with. I think that's beautiful. It just depends what sort of effect you want. If you want the instructions just on their own, this is the printed version. This is the one that will be sent in the post to you in an envelope or a box, depending on what else you've ordered. Full, then this you don't, obviously this is without the kit, so this gives all the measurements and everything, so you know exactly what to do. It will give you advice on choosing colours, and there's also like some little sheets here that you can put your colour choices on and fabric labels and everything. Yeah. If you can't wait, or you don't want the printed version, but you want the PDF version, you want it emailed straight away so that you can spend your lunchtime going through your fabric stash in the afternoon making it. No P&P at all, as long, obviously, on this. If you bought anything else today, then you'll have already been paid for that. But if you only buy this, no P&P, $9.99, and it will be emailed straight to your inbox. There we go. Right. Where are we now?
Well, I was just getting ahead a little bit while you were doing that, but not ahead enough. So let me just finish this and then I'll show you what I'm doing. So now what I'm going to do is, so we've made those 4 take that out of the way for a minute so it's not too confusing. Made those 4 pieces of the block, the 4 rectangles, and now what we're going to do is add a little bit of the background fabric, a little rectangle of background fabric in between those 2 rectangles, to which we've already added our stitch and flip triangles in the corner, and that's just going to join those together so that we end up with 2 rows that kind of look like that.
Yes.
Okay, so same again, we're just sewing them together, nothing fancy or complicated about it, but you're just, if you have fussy cut, you're going to want to make sure probably that the pieces are the same way up, if that bothers you, like it would me if they were the wrong way around. And also you're just going to keep checking back to the pattern diagrams to make sure that your triangles are in the right place. Okay, but like we were saying before, if you just have that out next to you, I mean, that's an example where either you print out or you have your tablet or whatever if you're using
just
the
check
digital
against
version,
the diagrams. We've got a quick question.
Oh, right.
How easy would it be to fussy cut the rabbits? What a brilliant sentence. No, only makes sense in quilting. Can you imagine? How easy is it to fussy cut the rabbits?
Yeah,
how big your rabbits
it's
are.
possible. It depends how big your rabbits are. But actually, I can answer that question in a minute by showing you.
Oh, yes.
Exactly that, because funnily enough...
So I've got the rabbits here.
So I did, it's my Blue Peter moment, yesterday.
Oh, excellent.
I did just that, whoever asked the question. So what I did was, can you see... So I've already made that into the block section that I'm just making at the moment, but I did fussy cut the rabbits. Now, the rabbits were a little bit on the big size to fit in their entirety in that inside that rectangle. So they had a bit of a trim.
Because I guess the thing is also everyone's piece of fabric, because it's a fat quarter, the rabbits will be slightly differently placed.
It might be slightly different.
You know, that one is cut through the eye, but your bit might be cut there because of the fat quarterness.
And that's what I was saying about just check your... just check carefully if you want to fussy cut, because it's possible that you might not get all the
you might get some.
But you'll get some. And also, you don't have to worry too much, because let's say if you look at that piece in the middle,
that's true.
it's just a really beautiful bit of the fabric. So there's no reason why you can't have
and
that
even
as
if you've
one
got
of
a bit
your
of the
pieces.
rabbit's bottom, it just looks like green, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you could do some.
You could definitely do
like
some.
you've done.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So I did the ones that were sort of more horizontally oriented, because that fitted
Oh, well, you've
with
got
those.
them all though, look.
Yeah, I got 4 out of there. So we're going to come back to them, because they, I think we said earlier, didn't we, that the way that this quilt comes together is that you've got these columns of blocks.
Yes.
And they're sort of slightly offset.
Yeah.
So that means on the outer 2 columns, you've got these half blocks. I don't know if you can even see that. Can you see that at the bottom of the quilt there? We've just got sort of half a block.
Yes.
Okay, so most of them we're going to make complete, but we're going to leave ourselves a few halves.
So, I mean, in the instructions, all the
it's all
cut
in there.
it all out, obviously, in one go.
But what the pattern will describe is you get to this point with your half pieces, and then it will tell you specifically which ones to set aside and save for that bit.
Got it.
Save your bunnies for later, if it's the bunnies. And it will then tell you to go ahead and do the bit that I'm about to do for the whole one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I just need to press those seams. And
where do they need? Just
that.
Open?
Just open, please. Would be lovely.
I can do that.
Because then what we're going to do is add this in between the 2 parts. And this is 2 more rectangles of background square. Again, dimensions all detailed in the pattern, so you just follow that and the little labels that tells you which pieces you're using. And in between them, 1 simple small square of the white fabric. And that just forms this little sashimi. So I pre-sewn that just to save a little bit of time. And then I'm going to add it to this section here. So this is where you might want to be, thank you ever so much, that's going to go up there. So this is where you might want to be careful about matching your seams here so that they meet as near as damn it in the middle. So I'm going to do that by just pinning quite carefully. And if you prefer to press your seams to one side, what you could do is press the seams of this and this in opposite directions so that the seams nest at that point where the square meets the edges of the triangle.
Yeah.
Okay. But also, don't sweat it too much, because if they're slightly out, it really doesn't matter. By the time your patchwork's finished, you've added wadding, you've added backing fabric, you've quilted. It just, you know, all of those little things just melt into the background. So try not to be too hard on yourself either. It's not a competition.
I know we have so often people go, oh, my points don't match, or I might unpick it. I've unpicked it so many times.
Yeah.
Oh, just don't. I always try and make them match, and I think if you try,
of course,
then they'll be quite close.
Yeah, and the more, absolutely,
and they don't have to be perfect.
And the more you practice, the better you'll get at it. But, you know, it's just to reassure anybody out there who's a beginner or perhaps new to quilting, you can absolutely make this pattern. You don't, you know...
Mine, honestly, mine never all match. Some of them do.
And there are tips and tricks, and there's a little tip included in the pattern for getting them. You know, if you really want them to match perfectly, there's a little tip included for achieving that. But like I say, try not to sweat it too much, because life's too short and you want a finished quilt.
I start off with all good intentions, and then as it goes on, I go, I don't really care anymore.
Oh no, but it's so, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really pleasing when something matches exactly and you just feel like so proud of yourself and happy. But also, you know, again, when you show it to your friends and your family, they're not going to be.
And honestly, when you wash it and it all sort of goes, shrinks a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't even notice.
No. So let's get this last one in on this side, and then we will have a complete block, and we can start to have a look at how we bring this all together.
Yeah, it's lovely seeing it in these colours. I like the jumping fish.
The jumping fish are very cool. So there's only, I can't remember exactly how many, 2 or 3 of the prints in that kit that lend themselves particularly to fussy cutting, and the rest you don't have to be.
Yeah, and I guess you don't have to.
And you don't have to do it anyway. No, it was just an idea.
And but it's nice if you want. It's nicer when you can, and it's just right in the right place.
Fun, yeah. So I just thought I'd show you that, because they, you know, they are such fun.
I think particularly
prints.
with that one with the cat, it's so distinctive, isn't it? It's nice having that. But the jumping fish actually worked really well on this, because they're sort of just leaping all
so
around.
I just did that more randomly, and then one of the other prints, just to show you, I did cut out with the spooky eyes.
Oh, the eyes.
I didn't bother doing anything fussy about that yesterday. I just cut them out, and they look great.
I love
it's
that
more
print.
about the colours. It's cool, isn't it?
I was trying to see another animal in it, because Tula always
think-
hides animals in things, and you suddenly see
Yeah.
like a snail and you'd never seen it. But that's just.
In fact, do you know what that's just reminded me of? Do you remember that Kit Williams thing that was like the... What's it called? And I'm sure that's a 70s or 80s thing. There was a book, and you had to like dig up the treasure from somewhere. It was full of clues and all these.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What was it called? God, someone's going to message in a minute. Someone will know what I'm on about.
I don't know. What's the book where you have to find lots of treasure?
I'm sure it was by somebody called Kit Williams. It had all these beautiful illustrations in, but they were all full of cryptic clues, and somebody somewhere solved the riddle, and then you found a location where there was this amazing piece of jewellery buried or something.
Bruce says it's called Masquerade.
Yes, that's it.
There you go. Thank you, Bruce.
There you
It's called
go.
Masquerade.
Thank you very much.
I have no knowledge of this.
Gosh, sorry,
How have I missed that?
You've not missed anything. That's just a random corner of my brain.
How did I miss that?
We had it when I was a kid. That's what it's just. Anyway, it just made me think of it, because that was like hidden. There were bunnies in that, and there was a hidden bunny, and you had to find the hair. And gosh, maybe that has like gone through my subconscious and into this quilt.
It's amazing the weird things that you remember, isn't it? I do like the eyes.
It's very weird sometimes. Right. Anyway, so here we go. So let's see how bad or good they are. So they're not bad for now, given that I've done that. On live TV. So that's what we end up with as our block. So obviously you would press those seams out, but what we've now got is our lovely animals in this case in the right place, you know, framed by the stitch and flip nice easy triangles we've done, and then with that sashing piece there and the 2 little bits just there, and that's our block.
Yeah, I love it. It's brilliant. See, that's
Really
what I'm going to get. I need to press that.
That would be lovely if you don't mind, because then what we're going to do is to start bringing this all together.
What's a squirrel? Oh, right. So some people messaged in to say it's a squirrel.
It is. Oh, I've just seen it. It's here. Look.
Oh,
is it a squirrel or is it a deer? No, it's a squirrel because
Actually, I'll tell you what we need to do. Well, I said I thought there was an animal, and then I couldn't see the animal, and I thought it was just eyes.
Well, very
When
clever. Isn't that funny?
That is clever because we both
see
missed that.
Ah.
No, I can see it now.
Yeah. Now, then once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. All I could see was eyes in the trees.
I couldn't see it either.
That's really funny because I actually looked for that because I thought it must be an animal.
Yeah.
Neither of us could see that.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You lot. Honestly, I said our viewers are like AI stitchers. They're better than ChatGPT. If you just say, what is...
Oh, God.
You could say, what's the random television programme that I...
Or the random book that I just remembered.
What's on there? You lot are so clever.
Very clever.
You know everything.
Yeah.
What should I watch on telly tonight? We
one.
often have that on the Same Street fan page. Good box sets.
Yeah, excellent. So, what I've just laid out is I've gone to a block that I made earlier, Blue Peter Styley, and I went back to this one as well, which is the bunnies I was just showing you a little bit earlier on in reply to that very excellent question about fussy cutting the bunnies. And I'm just starting to lay out what would be the beginning of this column here. So at the very top of there, you might not be able to see on the screen, we've got one of those half blocks, okay? And what we're just doing then is adding a little strip of our background fabric in between them, and that's how the blocks come together into these three.
And I guess what's good is
columns.
if you've just bought the pattern or if you've bought the kit and you want to add more, you can easily start to make it bigger.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
yeah, you just keep going.
You just add more on or to the side.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Once you break it down like this and you understand, I think that's the beauty of patchwork is that you see it at the beginning created, but it's all broken down and then it all starts making sense, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And as you said earlier, what's really nice sometimes is the sorts of patterns, and what I've been trying to do with this one is they look more complicated than they are.
I know, and it's always better to look cleverer than you really are. Always.
Always.
I'm always trying that.
Exactly.
Fooling
so
no
it's
one.
quite deceptive. So I can imagine, in fairness, I can imagine a beginner watching and thinking, oh my goodness, you know, is that really for me? And genuinely, you can do it.
Well, there's a lot of sewing along drawn lines.
Just,
you know, and that's a good easy one, isn't it?
Exactly. As you've seen, square and rectangular pieces that we then use to do something kind of magical with stitch and flip to create the triangles. Really easy to do. You're only ever sewing in a straight line. You know, it's all good stuff. And if you take your time and enjoy it, I mean, it's nothing better really. So I'm just adding this first strip on so we can take a look at what that...
We're down to single figures on this kit now. So all of you, got loads of you got it in your basket. I know you're concentrating because you're watching, Kathleen, but if you want this one, you need to get checked out on it. It is gorgeous.
It's really fun. It's such a fun... these pins are so fine. I keep.
And the great thing is, when you've got the kit, obviously you've got the instructions. I think it's quite nice. You keep the instructions, you'll make it again.
Totally.
Because you look at your fabrics, or when we've got fabric collection, think actually that would look amazing as that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, and exactly like the other kit we've got, which is a very different look and feel to the Tula, but actually. Like all, you know, a good patchwork quilt should look good in all sorts of different fabrics to suit your taste, so that you can make it your own.
So if you were choosing fabric, would you start with the background, or would you choose the prints and then choose the background to go with them?
I'd be tempted to choose the prints with this, because I think you can have a lot of fun with prints, as we have been doing with these animals. Find spot the animal. So I probably would, in this case, having set because this is very fat quarter friendly, in that for this size we're using fat quarters to make these bits, the rectangles. If you found like a nice bundle of fat quarters, or you had some at home, or you really like the look of the other colourway that we've been using today, then that could be your starting point. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. Do you know what I mean? I think find something that speaks to you. It might be the background.
Oh, okay.
First,
yeah, that's true.
You know.
Well, it might be that you're making it for something specific, and you think like with this because of this beautiful jade colour. You think, oh, that's great. That's going to go. And
but like I said earlier, when I first planned this quilt, I was looking at using a white background and having teal here. So I did have the teal in mind. But it was only as I was drawing it, and then it suddenly occurred to me, what would that look like the other way round? And then, for me, that was really what, you know, was the kind of the aha moment, eureka moment. And sometimes that comes at, unexpected moments. But again, you know, or like we were saying earlier, the great thing about buying a kit, I know someone's done the hard work for you, and you don't. Yeah.
Well, also you know what it's going to look like.
You know it's going to look like.
I find it really hard, like when you, particularly like with knitting and crochet, because you know you rarely ever buy the same yarn, and you think, well, what's it going to look like in that colour?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of knitting to find out it doesn't look good.
Yes, true, exactly. No, that's right.
That's why I love a kit.
Yeah, and you know, and especially if you buy a kit like with this one where it's from one designer, and you know, you've got to remember as well, the designer has put a huge amount of work into that fabric to make sure that all of those prints work well together.
Yeah, that's true,
so
and the colours do, even though they're different.
The colours and the scale of the print. We were talking about that earlier. All of that stuff, somebody else has done all the legwork, and you can just sew it and take the credit.
Which is always good.
Which is always good. So, and there's no shame in that. You don't have to be, if you're not, you know, some people are really have an eye, you know, and sometimes I teach people and they'll put some colours together, and you'll just be like, oh my God, I would never have done that, and it looks amazing. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, envious of that.
I know, and you know, some people just have that.
Yeah, they do. They just,
and then some of us don't, but that's okay too, because we just buy kits.
Yeah, because we are the kit buyers.
Yeah, exactly, and it's fine. You still get a quilt at the end of the day, so it's not a problem. Right, let's get this on, and then we can have a little look at. I think we've probably just about got time to take a look at this.
You have, yeah.
Good. But hopefully you can see, once you've made your blocks, how easily it all comes together. We're basically just stacking the blocks and sewing them together in columns. And again, if you've got a directional fabric, so something that is in theory has a right way up and a wrong way up, you just want to make sure that you've got them the way you want them before you sew them in position. So it helps, like we were saying earlier, weren't we, about having space to lay things out, but like just even if it's on the kitchen table, on the floor, on a bed, just lay it all out so you know what's going where. And follow that, and it always really helps, I think, to take a picture once you've got your layout right. Just take a little snap on your phone, and then you can refer back to
it
later,
later,
especially if you've laid everything out on your bed and then you've got to take it all downstairs again to start sewing or something. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Right. So let's have a little look. So I've just done a few of those just to start us off, but you can start to see.
Yeah, I can see how it's all coming together.
How it's coming together. If I sew that one there next, we're starting to get this really simple column. Once we've got all three of them, again, all in the pattern, so you can just follow that exactly. But once you've got all three of them, you're then going to add a few longer sections of sashing. So to start with, there are two in between the columns, and then one on either side. And then to finish, you've got one at the bottom of the quilt and one at the top of the quilt.
And and that's lovely because that makes these sort of float in the centre.
It does,
yeah. So just before we go, I'm going to do the quilting.
Yes.
I wanted to, because I noticed when Kathleen came in, I love the quilting. It's really clever because sometimes I have my quilts long arms, mostly I do. And then I like to do horizontal lines, vertical lines, or cross-hatch lines or something because it's the easiest.
It is.
But this is straight lines, but it's really clever.
Yeah.
I don't know how well you can see it.
Yeah, I don't know how well it's it, but let me just describe it to you. So what we've got is essentially kind of not quite, they're not all diagonal, but they're lines that go from each corner of the quilt and they're going off in different directions, well, sort of in the same direction, but they're fanning across the quilt. So from this corner, they fan out out like that, and then it repeats from each corner. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so they go from like there to there.
Yeah.
So they look like lasers. So you imagine
Yes.
those laser games where you have to get through.
Yeah,
and then they all
exactly.
cross in the centre, but it looks like, because the angles that are created aren't regular.
No,
They're
and it makes some quite like mad little shapes.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
And it's fun.
And you can just draw those on.
Yeah, just draw them on. Obviously using a ruler, or you can use a good alternative if you've got some masking tape. So if you lay masking tape out and you then sew along to the edge, to the far edge of the masking tape, so you kind of create a line.
Yeah.
And all I did with this one is mark out intervals across the edges that I was aiming for. So say I was starting at this corner, I was going to go along that edge and then down that edge. And I think I must have done all.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But just think about when you do it, it's starting from the corners, because it's a great idea.
Yeah, start from the corners, and it just mixes it up a bit, does something a bit different, and it keeps it interesting for you as a quilter, I think, to try
Brilliant.
new things.
Right, I'm just going to run through the kits
Yeah,
one more time
of
and then I'll
course.
come back. So if you want, have we got any there? Oh, we've got a few. Right, we've got way more. There are some of these left, but way more in people's baskets. So if you want the Tula pink one, you need to be quick with that one. And that's the one that Kathleen's been demonstrating, but you need to be, we've got way more. So that one's going to sell out. If you want this beautiful Macawa textured linen one that's still got that kind of retro vibe to it, but it's just sort of gentler. This one is $49.99 because it's not the designer fabric, so it's more affordable. Exactly the same quantity of fabric, and you can still make this quilt. It's beautiful. I love the colours of it, and with this sort of natural background, it would be really quite a stunning thing. And obviously you get the instructions as well. If you want just the instructions on their own as a printed version, here they are. That's the printed version of them. $9.99, these will be sent to you printed as a booklet, and you can use your own fabric, and details of all the fabric that you need are in them. If you want the instructions as a digital download, which will be emailed straight to your inbox, this is the code you need, XFK317. No P&P for that either, even better. And you can have that sent to them. Right, thank you, Kathleen. That was brilliant.
You're
Lovely
very welcome.
to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
When
for
are you
coming back.
coming back?
I'm not sure actually. I've got to try. I might be moving house,
Ooh.
so I've got to.
Can't
work.
move house. Where are you going to teach in quills?
Well, that's part of the moving house. So I can tell you about that next time if it actually happens.
Okay. Brilliant.
So,
Well, we look
you
forward
know how
to
these
seeing
things
you.
go.
Yeah.
No, I'd love to be back soon.
Brilliant. Oh, it's lovely. And I know all of you viewers have been so inspired by what you've done.
Good.
It's great.
Thank you.
When you get your instructions, Kathleen's website details are on the back, so
Yeah,
you can book
get
onto
in
one of her
touch.
workshops if she doesn't move house.
They'll still be at the new house.
They'll
don't
still
worry.
be the new
And
one,
it's
don't
not
worry.
going far.
We have got some of Kathleen's previous quilt instructions that we've done before, all on the website. We've run out of time to go through them, but we've got the printed versions and the PDF. So if you love her work and would like more of her instructions, just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, and scroll down. You'll be able to check them out there. I'll be back within a few minutes' time. We've got some beautiful quilt kits, because we love quilt kits, don't we, that you'll love, with discounts. Another word that you love, quilts, kits, and discounts. I've also got some wadding, and I'm going through the different sorts of wadding you can use, and some backing fabric as well. So we'll talk about quantities for that. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Now, a lot of people contact me saying, I really don't understand laundry symbols. It's in my book, but here we go. I'll teach you a few right now. Do not wash. Very simple, do not wash. You can wash in a washing machine, but look here, you need the temperature. Now, hand wash only. Look, they're quite simple really, aren't they? I'll go through a few more. Circle with the cross through it. Do not dry clean. Simple as that. Isn't it funny that you can't dry clean some things? Now, triangle with a cross through it. Do not use bleach. That's very important. Then drying your clothes. There's a line dry. There's dry flat. There's tumble dry on low, tumble dry on high. Do not tumble dry. It's always locked. If it's got a cross through it, it means you can't do it. And finally, ironing. 1 dot, low iron. 2 dots, medium iron. You've got the hang of this, haven't you? 3 dots, high iron. Cross through the iron, do not iron.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist like that and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's Designer Block Competition.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Look at this quilt. That's amazing. I did say we're going to do quilts you love. Look, you can stand in front of it like that. It's like it's like an angel. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant. How great is that? So this hour is all about quilts, discounts, and almost sold out. And a few little other items as well. So if you're in the market for a quilt kit, it saves you all the bother of choosing the fabric and everything, isn't it? We've done that all for you. We've got all of the quilt kits that we're going to be discounting as well. I'm just going to start with this 1/4 inch seam guide tape, because I love that and realise we've got it back in stock. It's only £4.99. It's absolutely brilliant. I'll just take it out of its little... Oh, should we do a discount? I did promise discounts. It's the best thing for getting a 1/4 inch, £2.49, it's 10 metres on there, for getting a 1/4 inch seam allowance without you having to mark anything. So what you do is you put this on your machine in the red line, put it in line with the needle, not actually under the needle because you don't want to be sewing on it. So just below on your needle plate where the needle is, put the red line in line with that. Then when you line up your fabric, line it up to the 1/4 inch mark, and you will automatically sewing with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So it's amazing. So your machine needle will be running down here, not actually on here because you don't put it on the needle, but your fabric edge will be here. So you can guarantee a 1/4 inch seam allowance without having to do any measuring, and also it's 1/4 inch either side of that. So when you've got to sew something together, if you just keep this tape on your machine, you'll always sew, because sometimes some needle plates are different, they're not all absolutely accurate. And we quite often say to people, particularly if you're doing lots of piecing, if you're just sewing a few bits together, it doesn't really matter. But if you're doing lots of patchwork, lots of seams, the tiniest bit off the 1/4 inch, it'll all go really out by the end. So we always say to people, just draw a line on your fabric, the 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch parallel and sew along and make sure that that's what it is on your needle plate. But if you use this, you don't have to do that. So you just stick it, there are instructions on the back of what to do. Stick it below on your needle plate where your needle is. You don't sew on it, and then you can use it to line up either way. There's plenty on here as well, so you can keep reusing it, because quite often, obviously, you're sticking, it'll come off eventually. You're sticking it on top of maybe where the bobbin lid is, so you'll have to take it off. You might want to use it to mark on things as well, so you might want to use it to mark onto fabric, so you might have a line and you're going to actually mark and sew the other side. Entirely up to you, but it is only £2.49, and honestly, have a roll reel, have it beside your sewing machine and use it. It does make a difference, because what I tend to do before I had this is I would put washi tape on the 1/4 inch mark, because I didn't find my 1/4 inch mark was long enough. I wanted it sort of where the needle is and much further down. But this is genius. £2.49, lasts you absolutely ages. And a great discount as well. If you've bought anything today already and your P&P's just already done, or multi-buy, get yourself loads. It is absolutely brilliant. 1/4 inch seam guide tape. I don't know why I've never done before. I'll leave that with you because it's flying out. Number 2, quilting accessory are these quilters. Did you have any of these, Dan? Oh, it's all right, I'll open them. Too late. I'm not wrecked them. Dan was talking about finding me an open one. These are quilt clips. Now, if I show you the picture, that's probably better than me explaining. When you are quilting a quilt in your own domestic sewing machine, you tend to sort of like fold it up so you can get it under the throat plate, because even if it's not very big, it will go under, and you have to sort of, if it's quite a big quilt, you kind of fold it up, and then you get down to the end and it's all unfolded. These are like bicycle clips. Should we have a reduction? They're £12.99 for 4. Take them down. £9.99. So what you do basically is you roll your quilt up all the way down the length of it, and you just put the clip round. That means that you can then, if you were to say quilting straight lines, or whether you're doing free motion, you can move it down. You can do them either side, so you can see in the picture, so you could have them rolled up to either side. It just holds it in place. It means that when you're quilting, it's under the machine, you're trying to roll it up further down, it's really difficult. They are brilliant. Just brilliant for holding things together. They're also really good if you've got rolls of fabric and you want to keep them in place. They're really good for that as well. Only £9.99 today. Right, they are flying out again. Worth getting hold of these. They're just the sort of thing that you know when you'll need them, don't you? You know when you've been in that position where you're thinking, how am I going to keep this all in place? You know, we don't always get our quilts long-armed. We think, I mean, a lot of quilts can easily be done on your own domestic sewing machine, as long as you've basted them and marked them. Things like having the bicycle clip, well, not bicycle, it's quilt clips, will help. It gives you a little bits of information on the packaging as well of how to use them, but basically just look at the photo and they are brilliant, and you save yourself £3. But they're also a really good way of, you know, storing your quilts if you want to store things rolled. It's just a way, you know, holding things. Maybe you've got reels of curtain. I have rolls of curtain fabric and things. Just keeps it all together. And they are specifically designed for quilting. Yeah, we're on single. Yeah, we've got more of you want this now than we've got in baskets. Why can I not get that back in? Right. Don't know. Shall we start with the quilt behind me? Because it's behind me and it's lovely. It's lovely. I could only get one behind me, and so that's the one I chose. It's called Twinkle. Obviously, it's Kafe. It's Kafe using, redesigning William Morris. Kafe meets William Morris in a kit. Do you not think that is absolutely stunning? Ooh, nearly fell off the box. I had to stand on a box so I can hold the quilts up. Look at these. It's absolutely gorgeous. And it radiates out. So you've got these beautiful fabric here, radiate out and out and out and out. And then in the corners, you've just got whole squares of fabric. I mean, it's beautiful. Gosh, it's so soft as well. The Free Spirit fabric is ever soft. So if you haven't seen this collection before, Kafe took William Morris designs and recoloured them. So it was if the two of them had met. But it's I mean, it's a big quilt. That is a big quilt, 183 centimetres square. Let's have a discount. Let's have a discount. I think £249.99 is not bad, to be fair. But let's have a discount. £70 off £180. So 184 centimetres is 6 foot, isn't it? Yeah. So this is 6 foot square. And we are taking £70 off. We've also got it on split pay. Wow. 5-way split pay. So you can have the whole quilt for one payment today of $35.99 and then pay the other payments of monthly intervals. It's all William Morris fabric that's been recoloured by Cave. So if they were the same person, this is what they'd do. Obviously, with William Morris, these are beautiful soft shades of greens and bricks and ochres and beiges. But with Cave, he's taken these designs and obviously done his thing to them, and I think it's genius. I mean, you know, the oak leaf is normally in green, isn't it? But it's purple. I mean, it is stunning. I love this one. I've seen this one before. Well, I've seen all of these in William Morris, and I think it's gorgeous. And I honestly think this quilt showcases that. So here's the design. This is how to do it. Now, if you're looking at that and thinking, is that EPP then? Because it's all diamonds. This is how it's done. You join everything together, look, in strips, but offset a little bit. Tells you, like, so you join that and then you move that one on a bit. And then, I don't know whether you can see this, you cut along those strips and that joins them together to create this. So you haven't got funny angles to do. You've just straight seams, you're angle cutting, and then you join it all back together again. So this, which I love, is way simpler than it looks. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? £179.99. You've got all of this fabric. It's William Morris design, recoloured by Cave, full instructions, and that is so clever the way it's done, that you just join it all together. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. And then the fabric that's on the edges are just squares of fabric, just to make it simpler. Amazing price, 5-way split pay, so that if you want to spread the cost, you can. And that is a fantastic deal. Just treat yourself. Treat yourself, save yourself £70. Have William Morris and Cave. I mean, Dan was hanging that up when I just went out. I came back in, and the first thing I said, wow, it's absolutely stunning. Obviously, it looked great on your bed, but what a piece of wall art. I love that. Right, we've got too many to get through for me to talk too long. The Tudor one. Tudor Celebration. Have we got this one? Dan put them in a special order, though. Yeah, you see, I think I've messed... Oh, I've messed up his... Oh, I don't know whether it is. No, we don't have that one, so we'll just do this one. We've got an image of this one. So this is designed by Matthew Pridemore of the Whimsical Workshop. It's called Tudor Celebration. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. The finished size of it is 60 by 83 inches, so it's a good double bed size. You'd probably fit a king size. The normal size for the price even for this is £219.99, and we're taking £40 off. Also, did I say it's Liberty? It's Liberty fabric. Oh, look at that one. We've only got one of these left. Look at that one. It's got a little spool of thread and needles. We've got one left. £179.99. Is it going to be yours for all of this Liberty fabric? That is absolutely beautiful quilt kit. To be honest, I'd pay this for the Liberty fabric. Look. Oh, this is nice. Should we just wait for the one person who gets it? Look. How lovely is that? Oh, that is the border that goes around the edge. That is clever, isn't it? Who's going to be lucky enough to get that one? £179.99 for a 60 by 83 inch quilt, all Liberty fabric. I'll leave that with that one lucky person who's going to get it. Be quick. Five of you have got it in your baskets. I'm going to leave it with you. It's absolutely stunning. Tudor Celebration. Love that one. Right. Ancient Woodlands. Oh, yes, sorry. Which one is that? This one. We do have that. The Whimsical Tumbling Blocks. I've seen that one. Right, I don't know if there's a way up. There we go. Can you see? There we go. Right, that is Whimsical Tumbling Blocks. I can put it on the table as well. I always think, don't quilts make the best table coverings? I mean, obviously bed coverings as well. So there is only one of these. It's £189.99 full price. The size of the quilt is 73 by 78 inches. Gone. Gone. It's beautiful though, isn't it? Yeah, I held that up. Well done to whoever bought that. I'm glad I held it up. Ancient Woodlands. See, Dan has been extremely kind to me and put all of these in order. Now, Ancient Woodlands is available in blue and red. And we'll start with the red one because there's only one. And that's the colour of this. We've only got one of these left. The size of it is 135 by 175, which is about, I don't know, what's that in inches? We'll work that out in a minute. That's the size of it anyway. And this is the quilt. Isn't that lovely? Right, the normal, I'm just going to put it on the table. Can you see? The normal price for this is £199.99, but we are going to drop it. No. £100 off because we've only got one left, and this is that one. In that colourway, we have one left, £100 off, and it's available on 3-way split pay. So for the one person who buys it, you can choose whether you pay £99.99. Oh, I love this one. I would get this one because I love these stripes. It's Sanderson fabric, isn't it? I love that red stripe. Whoever gets it can choose whether they have split pay or not. That is beautiful. Right, gone. Gone. Now, we do have a blue version. So, this is the blue version. It's exactly the same, except it's blue. But other than that, and actually interestingly, that there's a lot of these that are the same. It's the... which one is this? It's this fabric that's different. This fabric is all the same, but it's this that's blue instead of red. And in fact, so on my quilt here, the one I've got on the table, this is the same, this is the same. It's only these that are in blue. And that's the only difference. £100 off this one as well. Yeah, it is. In fact, it is exactly the same. Sanderson, Ancient Woodlands, £100 off, 135 by 175 centimetres, which is probably about 5 foot by about 6 foot, I'm guessing. 175 is nearly 180, which is 6 foot, isn't it? £99.99. What an amazing price. This is a beautiful kit. It uses the Sanderson fabrics, and I love this stripe. So 6 foot by 5.5 foot. Yeah, good double bed then. Amazing price. So 3 equal payments of £33.33. You've got everything in this kit to make the whole of the quilt top and the binding as well. Obviously, you'll need your own backing, but it's all the Sanderson fabric that is being taken from their archives of all their sort of interior furnishing and been turned into, reprinted in a quilting weight cotton. I'm glad we've got this blue one because I love that red stripe and that green print there. I think is absolutely iconic Sanderson, isn't it? Right, if everyone who's got this in their basket checks out, it's gone because we've only got 8 of them left and way more of you in your baskets. So I'm going to leave that one 7. I'll leave that one with you and give it to Dan. Right, Spring Garden. Spring Garden. This is Sanderson as well. Fabrics from the Arboretum collection. This is big. I think I'm never going to hold this up. 260, I'll put this on the desk, 216 centimetres square, which in inches, I should get a calculator, shouldn't I? Is a lot. Right, the normal price for this is £279.99. It's a big quilt. Let's take £80 off it though. Why not? So what's 216? It's got to be about 90 inches, isn't it? Yeah, it's about 7 foot. It is super, it's king size, super king size. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, this is the quilt that if you've got a big bed that you want to put it on, or maybe you want to put it across a big sofa, or you're going to use it, you know, like in the car as a massive picnic blanket. At that price, taking £80 off, £199.99 is fantastic. We can do that on split pay for you. So that's 5 equal payments of £39.99. Pay one today. We don't charge you any extra for doing that, and then pay the others over the next 4 months. It's gorgeous, isn't it? How many? Oh, yes. Let me have a look inside. I'm only opening it if we've got more than one left. So these are the instructions. Quite actually, to be fair, quite a simple quilt to make. It's sawtooth stars that are made with flying geese. All the flying geese, sawtooth stars, join them all together, not too bad. These are the fabrics. All again from the Sanderson Interiors collection. There's that nice red. There's a couple of fabrics here which are the shot fabrics. So the shot fabrics means that the warp is one colour, that's threads that go that way, and the weft is the other colour. So when you often see them in silk, so when you weave them, you get that mottled effect because they're one colour one way, one the other. You get a real depth of colour that you only get with a shot fabric. Look. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So you can see that you've got the blue woven one way and the pink the other, and it gives that wonderful natural mix. There's quite a few of these shot ones. That's nice, isn't it? Look at all the fabric in here. It's well worth it, isn't it? £199.99. And then for the border, you've got a real iconic Sanderson. It looks like lilac, doesn't it, in a beautiful duck egg blue. And then this is like the background. So everything, there's no plains in it. It's all prints, shot fabrics, and beautiful prints as well. And no plains. Gorgeous. So that's that one. Do check out on that one. What an amazing deal, though, I think, for that price. We could do wadding. I'll just give that back to you. Thank you, Dan. Let's talk about wadding, because we talked a little bit about it in the last hour with Kathleen about different sorts of wadding and how much you need. So there are loads and loads of different sorts of wadding. I would say, I mean, yes, you can join wadding, but what I would say is it's possible, and if you're going to do it, use batting seam tape where you iron the two together. But if possible, don't join your wadding. It's a lot easier. So therefore, you need to buy extra wide wadding, which is what we have. And if you buy that, then you just need one big piece. So the first thing you need to decide is how much do you need. So I would say add at least 8 inches to your quilt all the way around. So, well, 4 inches all the way around, so that's 8 inches in total. So say, for example, the finished size of your quilt is 60 by 60. You will need 68 by 68. I always try and round that up a bit, sort of 70, because what you want to be doing is putting your finished quilt top centrally on top of your wadding. When you push it out, it moves a bit more one way than another way. So if you don't have that allowance all the way around, you have to keep picking it up and moving it. So I would go at least 8 inches, add it to it. Then you need to decide what fibre you want. Now, different fabrics for different things, and also for different budgets as well. So if I start off with a polyester wadding, which is, yes, PKYV85. This is a polyester wadding, 100% polyester. It's a great quality. There are different qualities of polyester wadding. This So Simple Super Soft is a really good one. It's 315 centimetres wide. That's super wide. The extra wide waddings come in 2 widths. This is the wider one. I'll have a look through them. They're about 270 or 3 something, but they're different ones. Or 228 or 315. You see some that are about 270, but there are different widths. So just check that. That's going to really cover you. Now, polyester wadding is very affordable. It's a much lower price. It's very washable. It's often used for baby quilts. Not because babies have to have polyester. Babies can have cotton. It's just that it's very washable, isn't it? Because it's polyester. It's a lower price. It's a slightly bouncier feel. Some people prefer not to use it if they've made a cotton quilt. But honestly, it quilts just as well. It all depends on what you want. It will be bouncier and slightly more flexible than a cotton. So it's entirely up to you what you're going to use it for. If you're making like a picnic quilt or something that you're going to have in and out of the washing machine all the time, the cotton wadding will wash perfectly, but the polyester will wash and dry quicker. So just have a think about what you're doing it for. The only thing I'd say is if you buy polyester, buy decent quality, because there are some that aren't great quality and then they're a bit stiff. That's a nice one. 51, let me just find that one. Right, so this one is cotton wadding. Right, so this is 100% cotton. This is your wider size. So again, think about adding that at least 8 inches all the way round. And we do this in 2 different widths. So if you don't need it as wide as this, then buy the narrower one. But remember, anything that's extra, any offcuts you have, you can easily use those for cushions and things. Now, 100% cotton wadding is lovely because it's pure cotton. It's hot in the winter, cold in the summer. It breathes. Well, we all wash cotton, don't we? It washes well. Obviously, it will take a little bit longer to dry than your polyester, but it's not too thick either. It has a little bit of shrinkage in it, which is lovely. Do not wash your wadding before you quilt it. It will fibres. You know, anything you read says do not wash it because all the fibres will start coming off. But what you do is you don't wash your quilting fabric, you don't wash your wadding. Once you've quilted the whole thing, you put it in the machine on a cold water wash. And I know that sounds really odd. I didn't even know my machine could do one. Everything I read says do a cold water wash. I have to say that after a few months, I tend to put it on 30 degrees and it's absolutely fine. But I try and do that cold water one first. It shrinks it just a little bit. It's only about 3%. But it gives it that more antique look. And also, if your points don't match exactly, or if your quilting isn't perfect, you don't notice anymore. So that's the cotton in the wider 315. I won't take it out, but we've also got the cotton in the narrower, which is 37, this one. Oh, what number was it? I haven't got that one. Oh, yes, I have. So this is exactly the same. I won't take out. It's 100% cotton wadding, but it's just slightly narrower because you might not need that wide. Then we've got the, what is this? Let's go 70-30. So this is 70-30 Eco and it's extra wide. What this means is it's got 70% cotton and 30% polyester. It means, but it's recycled. It's recycled cotton, and that's why it's eco. Now, the good thing about using a 70-30, which is 70% cotton, 30% polyester, or using an 80-20 is that you've got the softness and the breathability of the cotton married with the strength of the polyester. I tend to use this one, or an 80-20, because of the strength and because it still has that bit of shrinkage like a pure cotton. You know, honestly, I think everyone has their favourite depending on what they do. Have a think about using cottons because that shrinkage is quite nice. It's quite nice to use this eco because it's all recycled. It's a little bit stronger than an 80-20 because it's got 30% of the polyester. I mean, this is a really wide one, 649. Now remember, all of our waddings, when they say 0.5 metre, they are all cut. We have massive bolts in the warehouse. This is just 0.5 metre. So when you're buying it, you need to put the number of units that you want in your basket, and we will cut it to order. So for example, I would say if you are making a small double or single, you'll need 2 metres. If you're making a super king, a king or a super king, you need 2.5 metres. So if you go for 4 units for a double, 5 units for anything else, you'll be absolutely fine. And it will be sent to you as a massive cut piece. And anything that you've got left over you can use for cushions and bags and all sorts. Right, the last option is the 50-50 bamboo and cotton. And then we'll go back to quilts. This, I'm getting really into bamboo at the moment because bamboo is very, very soft. It's slightly thinner than your cotton wadding. It's extremely soft. It washes just as well. It's got that little bit of shrinkage. And I think bamboo is always considered to be, you know, like a bit more of a natural fibre, isn't it? I think, not natural, I think it's renewable, grows quick. I think that's the point of it. It's fast growing, so a lot of people use bamboo. I mean, what I try to do is use a different wadding every time I make a quilt. Sometimes I haven't quite brought myself to do the wool yet because, you know, when you've spent all that time making a quilt and you think, oh, what if I don't like it? I need to do it with something else because the wool wadding that we do is thicker and bouncier, but it's supposed to be amazing. But this bamboo, I would say a lot of people say when you do a baby quilt, using something very soft like a bamboo or a cotton is quite nice because you haven't got that stiffness to it. But so all different sorts depending on what you're doing. The most important thing, to be honest, is buy a decent quality, which is the ones that we sell, and make sure you cut it at least 8 inches bigger and you'll be absolutely fine. Right, next quilt. Next quilt is called, that's a great name, Pinky Swear. Oh, I like that. I've never seen this one. Wonder why it's called that, because it's got chickens on it. Well, I think they're chickens. They are chickens, aren't they? Unless I'm going mad. They are chickens. That's great, isn't it? I want to know why it's called that. Because Pinky Swear is like when you link little fingers and say Pinky Swear, isn't it? I thought it was going to be crosses or something. That's lovely. Again, this is cave. Obviously. I mean, it's definitely called Pinky Swear because it says it on there. Right, normal price for this, £179.99. It's 146 by 175 centimetres. It's rows of chickens. But let's take £90 off, shall we? Why not? Here's all the instructions. Doesn't say why it's called that. I still want to know. All the chickens, all sewn together in rows, and they're all slightly offset. So we're going to drop the price to £89.99. And it's available on split pay, which is £29.99, 3 equal payments of £29.99. It's all cave fabric. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love this because it's got the kind of the shot cotton there and here. And it's beautiful. So what they've got is a print and then a chicken, and then a print and a chicken, and it's just, and they're all going one way in one row, like this way in that row, and that way in the other row. £89.99, that's a massive saving. It's 146 by 175 centimetres. All the fabric that you need is in there. I love this fabric that they've got around the border, this one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I'm not going to take it all out of the box because we haven't got many left. But it's a beautiful quilt. I sort of feel that you need this. Maybe it's the chickens, but I feel like you kind of need this in the kitchen, don't you? You need it like hung over the back of a chair. It's beautiful. It sort of feels like kitchen-y, doesn't it? Like if you've got a sofa in the kitchen or a chair, it's got to be hung in there. The fabric is very soft. It feels like the kind of quilt that you're just going to wrap round you. It's really nice. It's a nice gift for somebody because it's bright, but it's fun as well. And it's only $89.99. What an amazing saving. What a great quilt kit hour we're having. Who knew that we could save so much money? Right, that's the chicken quilt. We don't know why it's called Pinky Swear. Haven't got that. Anyone knows? Got any idea? Message me. Right, next one is the classic colour red. This is Kath and William Morris. I didn't realise that he did so many quilts with it. I knew he did all the fabric, but gosh, you can always tell when it's a big kit because a big quilt because I can't unfold it. Look at that. The classic colour red. I mean, that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's really, what I love about this is it's quite a quick make. It's using quite big squares of these amazing feature prints. So where you've got these beautiful prints like this, it's using big squares of that. And then it's flying geese all the way. So the normal price for this, because it is a big quilt, 180 by 225, so it's sort of 6 foot by 7 foot. Instead of $214.99, it's going down, $289.99. If you look at the picture of it, because you can see it better in the picture than on my table, can you see how the colours move throughout the quilt? So you've got those amazing, you've got that William Morris feel to it, obviously because it's William Morris fabric, but with that cave colouring, I love the way that the colours go. You see from the top left, you've got that sort of reddy colours, and it goes down to the greens and the yellow in the bottom corner. It's stunning. Even the background fabric, either side of all the flying geese, is that mineral, beautiful William Morris mineral, which makes these fabrics stand out. I think it's lovely in that you've got these big squares, because these are beautiful prints, aren't they? It's a shame to not just use them. I mean, and look at this one with the yellow of the pig, it's great. But can you see how you've got like squares of these, but when they join in with this, that makes that movement of colour throughout the quilt. This is an absolute triumph. If ever you wanted to make something that was a stunner, I think this is my favourite. It is gorgeous. Quick question. How much fabric, please, in woodland blue? Just over 7.5 metres, Joan. Hope that helps, or let me know if you need anything else. Oh, with the woodland blue. Right, there are a couple left of the woodland blue that people haven't checked out on, so do be quick with that one. 7.5 metres of fabric. Oh, thank you. That's this one here. Because remember the red one went, we still have a couple of these left. 7.5 metres of fabric in that one. Beautiful. Yep, that's the one there. And the only difference is that the blue, there's that one fabric that's blue rather than red. Right. So that's the classic colour red. That's a big quilt. Colour triangles, green, cream. This is Free Spirit. Right, there's 2 different colours of this one. There's lilac and there's green. So should we do lilac first? Because that's what my quilt is. Right, we'll do lilac first, sorry, just to confuse everybody, because that's what my quilt is. So this is Free Spirit fabric, Sue Pen Designs from the Garden Delight collection. Wow, this is bright. Super bright, wow. Yeah, this is when you want some colour in your life. How lovely is that? Amazing, isn't it? $249.99. No, no. Let's take some money off that one. Why not? £90 saving, £159.99. This is a big quilt. Again, this is like 6 foot by 6.5 foot. Great. This is king bed, super king bed. £159.99. Amazing saving. That's £90 saving. This is what the kit looks like. You've got all of the fabric, all of the instructions. This is free spirit fabric. I mean, it's joyful, it's bright, it's stunning. It's amazing, isn't it? And, you know, and to save that money, to be able to save £90 to make this, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And you've got, you know, all these beautiful water wash colour prints as well. And then even the border here is a nice purple spot. You've got a lovely lilac that goes around the edge of it that's quite nice to make it all stunning. But we've also got it in another colour. If you don't want the lilac one, we've also got it in cream. This is the cream one. We got a picture of the cream one. Oh, excellent. So this is the cream one. It's exactly the same. Yeah, the fabric is exactly the same. It's just this one's got a cream background. Let's take the same money off that one. £90 off. So it's the same. Gosh, doesn't it look different? Because it's still got that purple spotty border, but the triangles stand off it differently, don't they? So £159.99. Save yourself £90. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the fact it's so bright and cheerful. It would look lovely if you were like in a nursery or a school or something, wouldn't it? Because it's a real piece of wall art. Also, it's available on 5-way split pays. So you can pay 5 equal payments of £31.99. So you can pay £31.99 and have that sent straight to you, and then you pay the other 4 payments off monthly. No interest, no arrangement fee either. But I'm thinking, wouldn't this look the most amazing thing, like in a school hall or a corridor? Just, I don't know, just because it's bright and fun and interesting. Right, next one is the Countryside Blue Quilt Kit. Now, I remember when Rachel Hand started working for Free Spirit, she always does Rachel Harris, she always does amazing sort of animal, countryside inspired themed fabrics, and this is no exception. So let me open it all out for you. Again, this is a big one. 224 by 224, which is 100 inches. And we're going to take £80 off this. Let me show you this one. So the background is a plain deep navy, and then you've got these amazing star shapes all over it, but all using the fabric. When you get close to the fabric, you can see they've all got like frogs, bees, toadstools. There's a little snail there. You've got a little rabbit, wasps. This is the kit. So this is in blue because we've got 2 kits, £199.99. This is Countryside Night. It's big. It's a 100-inch quilt. It is absolutely gorgeous. And when you see them close up, you can see like they're all little animals and creatures from the woodland. We've got the same quilt kit in green. Green. God, I can't even get the colour then. In green. Cream, and basically it's the same thing, but the background of it is cream rather than navy. Let me just show you when because you're looking flat. That's look at the fabric that's used on the border of that, hexes with all these little creatures in it. Isn't it stunning? So you either have the navy one or the cream one. £109.99. Is this big? Well, I would say you need to have had experience with doing some sewing and cutting. There's, you've got a lot of flying geese in there, and yeah, I would say more intermediate. You need to have done some rotary cutting before. I mean, do you know what? If you really want to make it, I always think give it a go. Just do it slowly, but it will be a steep learning curve. Right, so that's that one. Soft diamond multi-quilt kit. This is the light version. There are 2 versions of this one. One. Oh, okay, right. Sorry. We had so many quilt kits, got really confused with what we're doing. This is William Morris on his own. not with Kay Fassett. William Morris unaided. Now, our quilt kit is slightly different. It's almost the same, to be honest. In fact, everything's the same except for the border, isn't it? £60 off. So it will look like this, but in this colourway, which is almost this. That's what it will look like. So it's the same as the one I've got here, but just a slightly different colourway. £60 off. Amazing. So instead of £199.99, it's £139.99. £60 off. Right, the Tim Holtz one, which I love. I'm amazed we've got any of these left. I really wanted this one. Maybe I'll be able to get it. I love Tim Holtz fabrics because they are absolutely gorgeous. Very limited on this one. He uses the most amazing technique to layers and layers of fabric. He cuts out receipts and bills and numbers and tickets and stamps and everything and layers them to make his fabric. So this is what the quilt looks like. It's gorgeous. It's 198 by 213 centimetres. It's a big kit, big quilt. It's quite easy to do, all of these stars, but you've got this beautiful, I mean, look, you can see on here what it looks like, but when you actually look at the quilt with all of these numbers, we're going to take £105 off that price, which is amazing. £154.99 for a Tim Holtz quilt. All Tim Holtz, I mean, that's amazing. And it is a big quilt, 198 by 213, as you can see on there. Whoa. We have got through so many kits. Quite amazed. I never thought we'd get through them all. It was a challenge. Poor Dan has had to spend all his time folding up all these quilt kits, but I think we've done it. Yes, then we've got through them all. Sorry, the ones that we had the quilts of, we've done. Right, we've now got a selection. I'm going to finish it off with Stuart's amazing Indian summer quilt kit. We've got this available in 3 different colourways. This one is red. Yeah? Well, I don't know. This one is red and green. These are the instructions to make this gorgeous quilt, and then these are the colours. So this one has got an ivory background. Have I got the right one? It's got green, pink. Oh, which one is that one? Have you got a picture? Sorry, we've got confused. Right, which one do you want? Okay, I have got that blue one. Right. We don't know, okay. Right, this is the blue one. This one has got, so this is what it will look like. They're carpenter stars surrounded by flying geese. So you've got the ivory fabric, and then these are fabrics from Stuart's collection. So these are all the fabrics for it. £87, £89, £85, 7.5 metres of fabric of that one to make this beautiful quilt. I think that's absolutely delicious. Anyway, we've also got it one other colourway, but you'll have to go onto the website for that because I've run out of time. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a lovely 2 days on Sewing Street. I'll be back with you next week. Tomorrow, presenting is, I think, is John presenting tomorrow? Oh, it's Vix tomorrow. Oh, yeah, he must be off. Vix is presenting tomorrow. She will be here at 8 o'clock with the William Morris Red House Fabric Collection. At 9 o'clock, she got the lovely Gail Penberthy with her. I love her kits. They're brilliant, aren't they? With Cat Caddy and the long and short of it cushion. Anna Louise Pickering is here with her at 10 with her Wildlife Sanctuary. Gail will be back at 11 with her Summer Breeze Beach Hut and Red Work Camper Kit. Oh, I bet they're nice. And then to finish off the day, it's all about the sewing room must-haves. Thank you for spending the day with me today. The morning. I've had a lovely time, and I will see you back here next week.